few vacant seats, but I'm instructed by those who I must obey that the webcast is starting, and so therefore we must start. So, as always, it is a pleasure to see you all here, and as always, I thank you for your continued support of our company. In particular, I do thank all of you in the room for being so prompt this morning. I know it's early, but what a great day and what a fabulous place to be. Today we have an exciting and full agenda, and you will be pleased to know I won't be doing much talking today because I have the real experts here. Our theme today is Lynas 2025, Growing with the Market. We are a unique company with unique sources of value, and most importantly, unique competitive advantage. Did I say unique? And Lynas 2025 is all about ensuring we fully develop and exploit these advantages and in the process create significant new value for our various stakeholders, for our people, our customers, our communities, our lenders, and most importantly for you, our shareholders. I take the time to spell out all those constituencies because exceptional businesses, and that is our aspiration, are built on sustainable strategies. It truly is a virtuous circle. You cannot pass any of these points and hope to deliver sustained shareholder value growth. We are an exciting company in an exciting market, and Paul will talk to you about that. Oh, am I supposed to do this myself? Okay. No? No one gave me instructions. There we go. We're an exciting company in an exciting market, and Paul will talk to you about that. The exciting growth is in front of us and the ways we can win in that market. Of course, there are lots of companies operating in dynamic growth markets who are unable to successfully execute. Cam and two of his senior managers, Grant and Alex, are going to talk about our capabilities to execute, our track record, and the skills we have developed that give us confidence in delivering our ambitious growth plan. After our morning tea break, Dato Mishal will give you an update on Malaysia, its politics and the regulatory situation. With all those challenges, we need to have supreme confidence in our people, and Mimi will talk about our corporate culture and our will to win. And of course, all of this is about delivering excellent returns for you as shareholders, and Gaudens will outline our ability to deliver this. Finally, I'm delighted that our chairman, Mike Harding, is here today and he will sum it all up. There will be time for Q&A at the end of each session, and then a final Q&A at the very end of today's presentations. Please speak up. I know I don't have to encourage you, Chris, but we love answering your questions. So I'm going to start by painting a picture of Lynas in 2025. Well, in 2025, Lynas is still frequently on the front page of the business section of the newspaper, and even occasionally on the front page of the news section. But unlike today, the stories are focused on the exceptional growth we have achieved, the continuing importance of our business in the digital age, and the straight-up success of our business. In 2025, Lynas is a larger business. We have built on our current position as a leader in the rare earths market. We are a true leader, recognised for our leadership in processing, technology and applications development. We are a truly global business, our customers are global, and our processing operations are global. So let me colour in the picture. In 2025, we will have completed an efficient capacity expansion that leverages Lynas's unique assets. Specifically, we will be producing 10,500 tonnes per year of NdPr products, and that will ensure we are able to maintain our market share in a larger market. We will have a diversified industrial footprint. We are a company focused on rest of world markets, that is non-Chinese markets, on satisfying the needs of our Japanese, European and North American customers. We know that having facilities close to our customers helps us to engage productively with them and to develop innovative products to grow their businesses alongside ours. We also know that we need to configure our operations to be cost efficient. So our plan is to invest in upstream processing close to our resource, with downstream processing close to our customers in Malaysia, close to Asia and close to Europe and the US. This is a sound strategy. It is a sound strategy independent of any other external pressures. But in executing this strategy, which includes the relocation of cracking and leaching to Malaysia, we will also satisfy the Malaysian government's requirements. As I have said previously, adding capacity in Western Australia has always been part of our planning. As we have further developed our thinking, it has become clear that a single cracking and leaching facility is smarter than dual locations, and our plan now is for a single facility in Western Australia. As I said earlier, we are focused on rest of world customers. There will be significant growth outside of China so long as customers are confident of supply. We have already seen this growth in the Japanese market over the past 3 years as we have demonstrated our reliable supplier credentials. In the future, we aim to sell all our production to a flourishing rest of world market. In the future, we aim to be a leader in rare earths market development with new applications developed by our team and in partnership with our customers. Our goal is to satisfy all the needs of our customers. I never want our customers to feel they need to maintain a relationship with another supplier. Being very un-PC, I always want to be the wife, not the mistress. That means we have to add products to our range. Yesterday we announced that we've signed an MOU with Blue Line in the US for development of heavy rare earths separation capacity. Reliable supply of separated heavy rare earths, including dysprosium and terbium, is essential for automotive manufacturers, and our new capacity will allow us to provide that. Other value-added materials will be added to our range. Pol will speak to this in more detail. And all of this will translate to enhanced earnings. Our step change in production will be one of the foundation pillars for this earnings growth. The other pillar to our earnings growth will be our focus on continued flow sheet improvement and the continued delivery of cost efficiencies. After 5 years of growing production, we have excellent knowledge of the opportunities to improve our flow sheet, including great ideas for breakthroughs from our upstream processing to a new flow sheet for SX, which will reduce costs and improve throughput. In addition to these two underlying drivers of earnings, we will further enhance earnings with improved portfolio pricing, improved pricing from our customer portfolio and from our product portfolio. Of course, we cannot do this on the smell of an oily rag, much as we might like to, but we are confident we can do it more efficiently than any other company outside China. We have set ourselves a $500 million capital envelope, and we are confident we can deliver our aspirations within that envelope. We can do this because we know our resource, we know our processing, and we have developed our own efficient investment and engineering methodology. A huge part of our success over the past 5 years has been the steadfast support of our senior lender, JARE, and our commercial partner, Sojitz. JARE has extended its support, and with this support, we are confident we are able to self-fund the $500 million capital budget. As I said to start, we are not only a global supplier, we are going to be a global producer. We will have operations in several jurisdictions, all configured on the logic that we will have upstream processing close to the resource and downstream processing close to our customers. In WA, we'll have an expanded operation. Our current operations, mining and our concentrator, will be complemented with cracking and leaching. This will be an exciting time in Western Australia. Some Western Australians think every day is an exciting day in Western Australia, but, this will be an exciting time for our people, and our plan is consistent with the intent of all levels of Australian government who seek to develop more onshore value-added processing to Australia's leading resource position. Transitioning cracking and leaching to WA does not reflect any lessening of our commitment to Malaysia. In 2025, we will have a dynamic operation in Gebeng. We will have made additional investments in our downstream processing. We expect to be producing new products in new facilities, value-added cerium, residue processing, and to be developing our ability to participate in recycling of rare earths materials. We look forward to continuing to support Malaysia's vision to be a leader in 4.0 industries. We will be working with the government to attract new industries in the rare earth supply chain. We look forward to continuing to contribute to the economic development of our communities in Malaysia. And we will have a new facility in the US. The US is an exciting opportunity for us. There has been no significant separation capability in the US for a couple of decades. Molycorp made investments earlier this decade but never achieved substantial output before filing for Chapter 11 in 2015. We are looking forward to filling this gap in the US supply chain and expect to be able to grow our market share in this valuable market. Today we'll be taking you through our plans to develop further our sources of unique competitive advantage. I can never say this enough. Mount Weld is a true Tier 1 resource, high grade and long life. We will continue our exploration and development program to maintain our 25-year plus mine life even at the new rates. We have significant first mover advantage. We are the only non-Chinese miner and processor of rare earths, and with our track record we have now established long-term trusted relationships with our key customers. We have plans to build on this further to grow alongside our customers who themselves have ambitious growth plans. I cannot say enough about the IP that we have developed. Mount Weld is a gift of nature. Our first mover advantage is a gift of time, and we will not squander either of these. But our IP is the result of the efforts of our people. It is the result of long days and nights grappling with complex and at times seemingly intractable problems. We have technical IP. Our lab is now a truly world-leading facility with new methods for analysis. We have outstanding engineering IP. At the AGM, I talked about how impressive the work of our engineering team has been, including new designs and new material specification. And finally, we have processing IP. When Lynas started, it relied on external consultants. Today, we not only operate the original circuits at significantly above design, but also new circuits designed in-house for customer-specific requirements. We have proven operations, which provides us with competitive advantage, and we are not standing still. So even if new supply comes online, we will continue to improve our leadership position. A lean process culture permeates our company, and we will continue to develop and reward the right behaviours. But maybe the most important foundation for our success is our will to win. Here in Australia, there's been an enormous amount written about corporate culture over the past 12 months, particularly after the Banking Royal Commission. And I sometimes chuckle at the complex analysis of the elusive culture from people who seem to have little understanding of what really matters. For mine, value statements which are heavy on words like integrity or respect miss the point. If you have to call out integrity as a specific value, you've got a problem. These are the tickets to play. Our corporate culture is grounded in integrity, respect and customer focus. But what sets us apart, and you'll never read this in a consultant's playbook, is our will to win. Or, in other words, our morbid fear of losing. As you listen to our team today, I can tell you, you will not find a more determined or competitive team. And this determination is reflected throughout our organisation. We have a singularity of purpose, and that is all about building long-term value in our business and long-term value for our shareholders. Many of you have been shareholders in our company for several years. During that time, we have demonstrated our ability to deliver on our promises. We have improved every aspect of our business, and this gives us confidence as we go forward. Today, we will outline our vision, we will provide you with a growth roadmap, but we won't be giving you detailed costings on a project-by-project basis. We are substantially progressed on our thinking, sufficient to be confident of our ability to deliver, and that is why we are happy to share this with you today. I'm incredibly proud to have the whole of the Lynas executive team here today. Stand up, boys and girls. As well as two of our senior leaders. Where are you, Grant? Hiding somewhere? Back there. This is the team that has been in place since 2014. This is the team that has delivered consistent improvements in production, cost management and market share. Paul is known to many of you. His reputation is second to none in the rare earths industry. He is known globally. Cam leads our operations in both Western Australia and Gebeng. He spends his time flying in and out of both locations. His detailed knowledge of both operations means he's uniquely able to conceive the new developments. Grant is our General Manager in Gebeng, but also the brains trust behind many of the process improvements, our successful Lynas Next program in Gebeng, and our acknowledged expert in cracking and leaching. Alex, who's here to prove that we're not all old farts. Oops, sorry, was that my out loud voice? Alex leads our metallurgy team at Mount Weld and so much more. Water, energy, tailings, resource, flow sheet development and breakthrough processing. I keep asking him difficult questions and he keeps answering them. Over the past year, would have been lost without Michelle. Leading our government and regulatory matters in Malaysia has offered him challenges every day and he has been up to every challenge. Many of you will have met Mimi before, our very own Dynamo, who not only steers our HR and org development initiatives, but also runs our community engagement programs. Then, of course, most of you know Gaudenz. Who do you trust to look after your money? The Swiss, of course. Gaudenz keeps an iron grip on our cost base and continues to drive further improvements. And then, of course, Mike Harding is known to you all and provides a steady hand on the tiller. So I hope you are already as excited as I am about our Lynas 2025 plan, our plan to grow, our plan to develop our unique assets, and our plan to continuously improve our business in every way. Over the next 3 hours, the team will flesh out these plans for you, and we're going to start with Paul, and I'll hand over to Paul now to talk a little about the market.
Good morning. My name is Paul Leroux, and as you can hear, I am French, so I wish to apologize in advance. If you don't understand my Franglish, don't hesitate to ask me questions through the presentation. So I guess that it's possible. Maybe a few of you would like to know from me my view on future NdPr price. To those ones, I would suggest to buy a container of NdPr, store it in your garage, and wait for the price to move up. It will, and Andrew will not allow me to say more than this. But I guess most of you are investors, not speculators. And you wonder if Lynas is a good company to invest in. So to those ones, I'd like to introduce you to my dream team. a team of 11 people, 6 nationalities, calculated, carrying together 123 years experience in the rears industry and R&D, covering, so how does it work? Yeah, so this is, the carrot is Wayne, yes, okay. Sales here, Raffaele and Wayne. Quality, that's Richard with Zaini. Kaneko-san for marketing. Anne-Marie and Vincent for customer service and sustainability. And here, the R&D team, or part of the R&D team. They have decided to invest themselves into Lynas. Why did they decide to join Lynas? That's a good question. They are passionate about rears, and so is Lynas. I will take an example. Jawen, if I move back, is here. Hopla, come here, Jawen. This is Jawen in the center. So Jawen started to work in the rears industry as an R&D guy in 1993. He was working in a big European chemical conglomerate, which happened to be also my business, my company. And they wanted him to move to a different business, to a different sector. He was totally depressed. So we talked to him, he moved to Lynas, and now he leads with all his heart and brain Lynas R&D. He found in us a new family, sharing the same excitement about developing new applications using the unique properties of rears. The world is changing, and industry is going through a revolution, the green revolution. Being in the rears industry is being in one of the best places to participate to this revolution. In manufacturing, and even more when addressing the green revolution, sustainability is a must, not a talk, but a behavior. From origin, sustainability is a fundamental element of Lynas' business model. Anne-Marie, the young lady you saw before, here's Anne-Marie, who joined us last year, brings all of her energy and drive in communicating our efforts on sustainability. What does it take to be successful in the rears business? It takes a lot of technical and marketing expertise and recognitions, but number one, it takes flexibility, because this market is always changing, and this is what Lynas brings to the table. We are a successful company, fully and totally focused on rears, able to attract talents, highly recognized by all downstream players and competitors. Now, they moved to Lynas because we play in a very promising market. So, as you know, NdPr is our key material. NdPr is a raw material for the most powerful permanent magnets. It is used in your phones, for the speakers, the vibrator. It's used for energy-efficient air conditioning, for wind turbines, for robots in factories, for a multitude of small motors in your cars, and powerful motors needed to turn your car into a hybrid, plug hybrid, or battery electric vehicle. According to the Energy International Agency, there will be between 125 and 220 million electrical vehicles on the road in 2030. The most conservative picture would require 88,000 tons of additional NdPr to be produced from now until 2030. The most optimistic would require, only for the car electrification, 155. Our view is that it will be somewhere in between, and this is still a massive increase in demand. That increase is happening now. Last week, we had a meeting with our major customer, a magnet maker, a leading magnet maker, we'd say. They grew by 15% in 2018 compared to 2017. This year, the growth is 18%. Next year, and that was the subject of our meeting, their most conservative forecast is an increase by 50%. So when I say it's happening now, it is really happening now. And supply chain manager will become a very complex job very soon. So the next several years, we'll see a very strong increase in demand of NdPr, driven by car electrification. It is a no-brainer. And then later in the decades, as the new cars will end their lives, so recycling will start to come into the game, and this will smoothen the demand for fresh oxide. So that's a very clear picture of what the demand would be. It will really grow very fast from next year and 2021 when all the new models come on stream. So let me talk a little bit more about the automotive industry and the demand for permanent magnets. NdFeB permanent magnets brings higher energy efficiency, smaller size, and lighter motors. So for HEV, so hybrid cars, plug hybrid cars, the permanent magnet technology is a no-brainer. Space, when combining internal combustion engine and electrical engine, I don't know if you ever open the hood of your car, but space, when combining two engines under the hood, is every design engineer nightmare. There is no space for alternative technology for hybrid and plug hybrid cars. When it comes to battery electric cars, whenever car price is an issue, permanent magnet technology is the technology of choice. When you sell a car $25,000, a $1,000 decrease in cost is substantial. It does matter. Not mentioning about the $4,000 you would save over the lifetime of your car because of the better energy efficiency. So there might be, and you may have seen some announcements from Audi, for instance, there might be some luxury cars trying alternate technologies, but the most recent news is that Tesla, which is a luxury car, decided to switch to permanent magnet technology. By the way, they will use 5.5 kilograms of magnets per car from this year, which is more than twice anybody else. So not only the switch, but the switch with big engine. Buy Tesla, please. It's very good. Excellent company. Sustainability. In a world where fake news sometimes becomes a way of life, it is essential to abide to a few rules. Number one, be fully transparent. Number two, control the supply chain down to the final magnet buyer. And Lynas is today the only player providing certificates of raw material origin for each batch of magnets supplied to any contracted partner downstream. And finally, you need to be on top of the game, uncommitted. So is Lynas. I'm happy to say that we are now rated gold medalists by the group of European chemical companies. So we moved from silver to gold. As Amanda says, we hate being second, so now we are first. That's great news. We signed the United Nations Global Compact initiatives, which will require us to issue every year our sustainability reports. And we evaluate, together with downstream partners, the real impact on the environment of our manufacturing from the mine to finished motors. And that's very important to communicate. It's very scientific evaluation, evaluating 17 indicators, evaluating the impact, the different impacts we may have on environment, and the results are extremely positive. Making a magnet, a permanent magnet, using NdPr from Lynas based on Lynas energy and chemical consumption generates about the same amount of CO2 like producing 1 kilogram of copper. So now with 1 kilogram of NdPr, we can produce 2.7 kilograms of NdPr, NdFeB magnets. So I don't know how many people are here, but I can promise you that if this wall was made of steel and I put on the wall a 2.7 kilogram permanent magnet, attach a rope and ask all of you to pull that, I bet you will not be able to detach the permanent magnets. So imagine how many kilograms of copper would you need to make an electromagnet of a similar power? Probably around 20. So let's kill the fake news. Rare earths can be environmental sustainable when produced by Lynas, of course. Moving forward to our sales marketing roadmap, it's pretty clear. We are the second biggest rare earth supplier today. We have around 20-25% market share in NdPr, which is the key raw material today. And we wish to keep around the same market share, growing with the demand. And Cam, Alex, and Grant will explain you how we're going to do that. Second point is we need to develop more value for our business. And here there are two items. One is, and we'll explain you, the big potential additional margin we can generate from our cerium-based products. And the second is extracting dysprosium and terbium, so heavy rare earths, that we have in our current business and that may increase, as Alex will explain, once we start developing Duncan deposit. So let's talk about cerium products. So when you produce cerium, the first, you have different options. The laziest option is to sell cerium as a basic raw material to China. If you are passionate about rare earths, the door is open for you to develop much more sophisticated products, and the value, the EBITDA margin, unit margin for your product might be 15 times higher than selling a lazy raw material to China. And in between, you have many other applications. So I will not tell you a lot about the top product because we are filing patents as we speak, and in French we say, don't kill the bear, no, don't sell the bear, the fur before you kill the bear. Yeah, okay, that's it. So we are killing the bear. We are filing patents, and I think it's a bit too early to sell it. But trust me, the work that the R&D team has done is really fantastic, and we have gone to a very, very promising products. What matters is that we are addressing a number of new applications: water treatment, low chloride cerium, polishing powder, precursor, and real polishing powder. And this range of product that we'll name Catlin, like catalyst, lean catalysis. It's a very good name because in Chinese, lean means smart and working well. And our stuff works very well, I can promise you. Altogether, by 2025, we are very confident that the margin generated by those products will be around 3 times bigger in amount compared to 2018. And this is a lot. And this is in our hands, whereas NdPr price is a matter of how much you pray. Talking about heavy rare earths. Heavy rare earths once was, when I say once, it was like 10, 15 years ago, was really the place where you wanted to be. The key application for rare earths was lighting, plasma display, LCD backlighting. All of this was made of heavy rare earths. And then there was an earthquake. The earthquake is called LED. LED replaced all this technology, not because of rare earths, because simply LEDs are more energy efficient and they last longer. So that today, unfortunately, you can't buy a plasma display anymore. The lights here are now replaced by LEDs. And so all this business, which used to represent 70% of the margin of a heavy rare earth processor, is gone. So what's left? What's left is dysprosium terbium. So if I have time, I will explain you my French way, and I love to do that in front of Australians, of what dysprosium and terbiums are used for in the magnets. Most Australians don't realize, because of your poor knowledge of history, that the best soldiers on the planet are the French soldiers. And we proved that a number of times. Each individual French soldier is the best soldier on the planet. It just takes them a Napoleon to keep them aligned. So is a magnet. The most powerful magnetic moment is from NdPr. Each NdPr structure, crystal, has a very strong permanent magnet. But they are like French soldiers. When the temperature increases, they tend to move. You can see I'm French. And so unless you have a Napoleon around, it's a total mess. Altogether, it's a mess. So Napoleon in the magnets is called dysprosium or terbium or both. So the higher the temperature, the more dysprosium, the more terbium you need. Guess what? What is the growth on magnet is high power electrical motors to turn your car into electric car. You know, for your car seat, you need little power. For moving the car, you need high power. High power goes with high temperature. High temperature goes with a lot of dy, lots of terbium. And unfortunately, or fortunately, the main resource of heavy rares is ionic clay in South China and in Myanmar. This ionic clay are deposits with less than 0.5% rares in the ground. So the extraction method for that is called in situ leaching, and it's impacting, or it's very destructive to the environment. So we are heading to a clash with a very sharp increase in demand and a reduction in supply. So Lynas, the good news, Lynas can play a role here. We have heavies in our current ore. Currently, these heavies are not separated. We sell them to separators in China. And we have with Duncan, as Alex will say, 3 to 4 times higher concentration of dy and terbium. On top of this, outside China, we are the only player that can design and operate a cost-effective heavy rare separation. So I will come back to the deal with Blue Line later. It's very important. There is a lot of money here, and we can play a card. Same like for cerium, it is in our hand to grab this money. Before going to Blue Line, let me explain you a little bit the complexity of a magnet supply. Here is all the players. So on the right side is the car maker with the tier 1 suppliers. I would say Volkswagen as a car maker, Bosch as a tier 1 supplier, and you have them all around the world. The best car makers would be Japanese, according to Japanese, European, according to Europeans. You also have Chinese and USA. So it's well spread. Everyone is in this picture, and this part of the industry is going through a revolution. There will be winners, there will be painful failures. We all know that because of car electrification. Now, when it comes to supplying magnets, high-quality magnets to these critical businesses, the businesses of future, China has it all. An industry structured around 6 state-owned companies from magnets. And the only alternative to this monopoly is Lynas and Japan Alliance. Japan has the best material science businesses. They are the best in material science. Nevertheless, when you look at the rares market in Japan, it has steadily decreased from 2005 to 2013. And then Lynas came up, very much supported by Japan. And since then, since 2013, the Japan rares consumption has increased by 50%. And as I mentioned before, the customer I was talking about is, of course, Japanese. It's going to accelerate in the coming years. So that has been a very, very successful alliance between Lynas and Japan. We want to continue supporting downstream growth outside China, and that's a compelling reason to expand our separation with the US-based operation. The compelling reason is to support the development of downstream activities in the US and in Europe and meet our customers' needs. Blue Line, our partner, predecessor. John Blumenthal, the head and founder and this company, started his company in 2002. That doesn't make us any of us younger. But he's really passionate in areas. He has a very good team mastering his product. And he made the strange decision, which his wife blaming him for, since then. During the race crisis, like anyone who was in the race game, he made a lot of money. It was so easy. Prices were moving up every day. And so he was there, he bought the product and sold them at a much higher price, made a lot of money. Then, as Susan and his wife say, he made the stupid decision, and instead of retiring, which would have been very nice to him, he decided to buy a huge industrial site. That industrial site in Hondo, Texas, fits perfectly well a plan for separation unit. It used to be the biggest toilet-making factory in the US until 2005. So you laugh, but toilets are important. In making toilets, you need tunnel furnaces. Guess what? We also need tunnel furnaces, so you have them all. There is a direct access of train, and logistics in US is very expensive. So this is really a very well-located site with a very good team, and I think it's a very, I can tell you yesterday until very late, I got calls from all over Europe. In the rears business, this announcement is very, very big news. So demand, as I said, will outstrip new supply. So where should this additional come from? Well, as you know, since you follow Lynas for a while, the grassroots investment is very capital intensive. And it's very difficult to ramp up a new asset. We learned that the hard way. But we now master our technology. We are strong in the market. We control our operation and capacity increases, as Cam, Alex, and Grant will explain. And so, question is very simple to answer. Who would you build your future with? Very simple question, and I'll let you guess with whom. On that, I think I've been through my presentation. I hope that explaining you the reason why my dream team, and I was just calculating, I've been working for 36 years. Wow. 17 in the race industry. I never had such a good quality team. And I wanted to share with you why they decided to invest all their soul in Lynas. And I hope that convinced you that you should invest, if not your soul, your money, in this very good company. I'm very happy to take questions if you have any. Thank you. Any question, you have to stand up, give your phone number, your name, and go to the microphone in the back, or speak very loud.
Paul, thanks for your presentation. You had a little number up there, $100 per vehicle for your NdPr.
Yeah.
What is that $100 prefaced on in terms of an NdPr price?
That's your magnet cost, basically.
Yes.
Additional cost in your motor making is $100.
Yes. What was that price prefaced on in terms of reference back to an NdPr price?
It was based on a $50 NdPr outside price, which I agree is not exactly where we are today.
Thank you. So you've come down a little from the $70 to $100 previous.
But don't forget, there is only 30% of NdPr in a magnet. So a $100 increase on NdPr, which probably will not happen, but will be only a $30 increase in a magnet. You're welcome.
My name's Ray Wheeler. I'm a shareholder. This morning it's been announced that President Xi, accompanied by Louis He, who's the Vice Premier who led the Chinese side in trade negotiations with the trade war between US and China, and they're about to announce a total ban of exports to America. How will this affect Lynas and
I try to not smile too much. I'm so sorry for them. We have many friends in the US. So this will affect our evenings because the calls are always late. But of course, it opens the door for us. All American companies are extremely concerned about their real supply. So in the last year, because it didn't start yesterday, in the last year we have really concluded a number of contracts with US companies, and the move to US is part of the answer to that. It's very essential to US. US is a big country, it's closing down, and RIAs plays a big role in the industry.
Okay. So do you think that will affect the pricing of the material in
Sure.
the short term? Up? You
Oh,
think
no,
it'll be up?
I'm not allowed to tell you the price tomorrow, but yeah, I smile.
Okay.
Sorry. Thanks, Paul. Dylan, I'm a full-time gardener. Questions in relation to the Texas facility. Could you talk us through exactly how you see that plant being laid out, the product sort of specs and type, and what sort of material you anticipate bringing over from Malaysia to the facility there? Is it too early to say exactly how this will look like, or can you give us some more details around that?
The primary focus of the announcement with Blue Line is a heavy rear separation. So it's very simple. Today we have a flow of heavy rears, which is called, as you know, SEG, and we sell this to separators in China. So tomorrow, these SEGs, instead of going to China, will go to Blue Line, where we will separate into different elements and sell instead DY, terbium, probably gadolinium if I can make a deal on this. And then the rest of the mixture will be sold to as a base product to China.
Okay.
And we might consider, depending on market reaction, we may consider having a small light rear separation there as well.
Okay. Further question just on the US involvement. Could you give us any indication around what the US Department of Defense or their interest in such a facility may be, the capacity to perhaps fund some of this strategic sort of facility set up in their backyard?
I can tell you they are very interested.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Graham Cartwright. Obviously, in the initial days of setting up and getting Malaysia running, there was a long period of time of product qualification, etc. Given the separation of SEG would be another set of products, how long would it take to get those products qualified? Is it a similar sort of 1 to 2 year period?
Well, it took us a lot more than 1 or 2 years to qualify our products. Remember, we pushed the button, I think, in December 2012 in Malaysia, and we finally stabilized our quality mid-2016. But today we are a different team. Yes, you're right. It's different separation element or element to separate, but we are very confident that within a year from startup, we would be qualified everywhere, or less than 1 year. Yeah.
So where does that expertise come from? Is it just more SXEW and you can sort of translate that across, or do you need to sort of get hold of more expertise? Or
first, you will see the expert right after me, the technical one. So Cam, Grant, and Alex. So I think they would all agree, and Grant said that a number of times, that he's a much better expert today than he was 5 years ago. Correct, Grant? So you can trust him. In addition, this guy designed and started the full rear separation in Solvay, where I was working, and he was as well, back in the early 2000s. So we have at home all the expertise needed for heavy rear separation.
Kathy Moises-Patterson's.
Yes, I know you.
I know you too. A question with the 2025 expansion. I mean, you've got the deadline at the moment of September. Have you got an agreement with the Malaysian government that this will be workable? And what's the strategy between now and when you've got a facility to actually continue production?
So we'll talk about the regulatory situation later.
Okay, time to have real people on the stage, maybe, no?
We've got 2 more questions, I think.
Okay.
I'll go around to you.
Daniel Morgan from UBS. Just a question on pricing. So follow up on if China does ban or restrict exports of rare earths. My understanding right now is your price is set with reference to a price domestically in China. If China's bans exports, that price might decline. Does that mean that your price would be referencing a declining price, or can you capture what we'd be interested in, which is the value of an ex-China supplier?
You're right. There are 2 options if you put tax in place, import tax. One is for the supplier to decrease their price to compensate for it. And the other is for the American consumer to pay more. If you look at the economic situation of the different rare suppliers in China today, they're not making much money. So I don't think they are willing to decrease the price to satisfy American customers. So I would rather bet on the price increase to American customers than a decrease of price from Chinese to compensate for duties.
Robert Richardson, private investor. I think you indicated that the higher value lanthanum and cerium being developed will be used in catalysts. Could you indicate at all, I know you don't want to give details, but would it be in automotive or industrial catalysts where those higher values would be?
It would be in both. Our primary target is the NOx reduction. So any engine with high temperature oxidize nitrogen into NOx, and NOx is a greenhouse and harmful. So you have it in cars, it's obvious, and you have for the cars 2 technologies, one that proved to not be very sustainable, the Volkswagen way. You put urea, and then you absorb your NOx. And because you don't want to put a big tank of urea, you run your system only during the test. That works as long as no one knows that you run the system only during the test. You have another system which is called a lean NOx trap, where cerium actually decomposes NOx into nitrogen and oxygen, so 2 useful elements. And so in automotive, it's an obvious sector for that. The other one is boats, not the animal, the boat. So I discovered that actually there is a lot of pollution coming from shipping around the world, and that's an easy one. The other one is industrial. I mean, in Australia you have in Mount Well, but in any mine you have lots of diesel running day and night. And all of this is emitting lots of NOx, and that's an easy what we call stationary catalysis is always the easiest way because conditions are always the same. So this is all the emission of NOx that we target here. Okay. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I'm very pleased to be here to share some thoughts with you today. And today, I just want to give you an insight into the production side of our business. One thing I've been asked over the last year is, what's next after Lynas Nix? And today I can say we don't have all the answers yet today, but I want to share with you and my 2 colleagues why we're really excited about what we can achieve. Just before I get into some of the other points. Just a couple of things I wanted to highlight. Paul said he's been in the industry for 36 years. This is actually my 37th year actually in the resources industry. I've worked in base metals, in copper, lead, zinc, silver, in mineral sands, in sort of titanium and zircon, and then for the last 7 years in rare earths with Lynas. And worked on a lot of challenging projects, but the challenges at Lynas are by far the most complex that we've actually seen. And probably the second point, and it links in with one of the key themes that Amanda mentioned, is I've worked at large companies, like I spent a lot of time with BHP, mid-sized companies, and then with a growing company at Lynas. And from what I see at Lynas, we can identify, find and implement solutions faster than I've seen elsewhere. And today, as Amanda mentioned, we've got two of our key leaders from our operations. So we've got young Alex, who's our metallurgy manager from Mount Weld. We've got Grant, and this is actually the second time I've actually worked with Grant. And Grant's our general manager from Kuantan. And over my career, I've worked with some really talented people. And I can honestly say that both Alex and Grant are definitely two of the best that I've had to work with, and very, very proficient in actually getting the rapid delivery of solutions. So Amanda mentioned some of the key aspects of our industrial strategy. I just wanted to reinforce what the key points were. So firstly, it's about growth. It's about being more efficient. It's about Mount Weld and Gebeng as being our core assets. It's about broadening our industrial footprint. And then, as Paul talked about, it's about new products. So just to put things in perspective, the growth to 10,500 tonnes of NdPr per annum, so that's a 50% uplift on where we are today. In terms of being a long-term reliable supplier, what does that mean to us? So we aim and we target to maintain a 25 plus year ore reserve. And for us, Mount Weld's been the cornerstone of our business. And one of the things we find is every time we look at it, we see more potential to be realised. And we're very confident that Mount Weld can actually support the growth by itself at those high rates, and we can maintain that 25 plus year ore reserve. Just in terms of capital, and this is probably one thing I imagine people like myself, and especially Gowdens, is very passionate about, is no one likes spending unnecessary capital. I've worked with a range of companies and I've seen things, and people have these, what they call robust capital processes. We do a lot of studies. We engage a lot of expensive consultants, and we do that to try and reduce the risks. But those processes I actually find are actually quite expensive and take time. At Lynas, we've gone through, especially in the early days, some very difficult times, and we've really learnt to respect capital. And I put it very, very simply, when I actually looked at what's actually delivered in a project, I see concrete, I see steel, I see engineering hours, I see contractor sort of overheads and profits. All of these things are necessary, but at the end of the day, they don't produce any rare earths. And what does produce rare earths is the actual equipment that's in place. So we look to see how can I actually maximise the amount of expenditure that actually goes into that equipment, or put very simply, our goal is how can I get the best piece of equipment in place and operating for the lowest cost. Also on costs, I'm a strong believer in continuously driving down our costs. I believe that the day we are satisfied with our cost position is the day our costs start increasing. And it's not so much in terms of costs as a target, but it's actually a way of life, and it's embedded in our DNA. I love working with Paul. He's such a character. And one thing I've learnt from Paul is that For rare earths, compared with many other sectors, revenue is not all about published price and volume. And as Paul mentioned, there are many exciting opportunities for us today to grow our revenue in rare earths. We know the technology breakthroughs we actually need to make. And today, this morning, we'll actually talk about some of these. And then when it comes to execution, our approach has not been to pay someone to actually do all of the work, but we've learnt that we must do as much of it ourselves, and we found out that this has worked out to be faster, lower cost, and also we get what we want. And it's our intent to continue with this approach. So what might it actually look like? I'll just start off with Duncan, and we've actually already mined and stockpiled some of the Duncan ore. So we're actually ready to actually start treating Duncan later this year and actually introducing it into our feed blend. The Mount Weld concentrator will require an upgrade, and I'll talk a bit about what we're actually planning to do. We actually have a number of studies underway for cracking and leaching in WA. We have been doing site selection studies and then also doing some preliminary engineering designs for that. And in terms of solvent extraction and product finishing, we will need to invest in that, but one of the key things we're looking at is more efficient solvent extraction circuits. And then as Paul announced, the MOU with Blue Line in the US for the heavy rare earth separation. So just in terms of upstream processing, our industrial strategy is to do this closer to source. So we've been conducting preliminary site assessment studies. We're down to 2 preferred sites. We've looked at a number of factors, some of the key ones around community support, about how we're actually going to manage our byproducts and residues. And also probably one of the key ones is our preference is for a brownfield site or a site with good sort of infrastructure already in place. And for our 2 preferred sites, we see that there's no fatal flaws. In terms of the design, when you actually look at currently what we've got in place, we've got actually 4 kiln lines in place. And when we actually look to do our new cracking and leaching design, we will look to do it with a much lower number of kilns, which will actually simplify what we put in, be lower capital costs, and then also lower operating costs. And then from our new cracking and leaching facility, we want to be able to supply our Kuantan facility and then also any potential new processing facilities elsewhere. In terms of downstream, so this is our solvent extraction, this is our product finishing, this is new products. Our core focus here will be on our Kuantan or Gebeng facility. And as I mentioned, one of the key aspects there is around our solvent extraction circuit. Our solvent extraction circuits were designed probably based on technology that was probably proven technology 10, 12, 15 years ago. There are more efficient circuits out there that actually use less reagents. And we see some big opportunities for us to actually migrate to a more efficient circuit and potentially actually free up some of the trains or some of the units that we've actually got. And a good example of that is in Lynas NICS. We didn't use the original design sort of separation circuit to separate ND and PR. We actually designed a 2-stage sort of starting with a 3-output and then a 2-outlet circuit that is much more efficient, much lower cost and much smaller. And that's the kind of approach we'll be looking at for solvent extraction. And Paul mentioned the heavy rare earths, Paul mentioned the new products, and probably one thing we probably haven't talked a lot about is scandium. And there's a number of companies actually talking about scandium. We actually have scandium in our Mount Weld ore. We've actually got scandium in our Mount Weld concentrate. And very excitingly for us, we actually find that scandium in solution actually in cracking and leaching. So it's actually gone through with our concentrate and it's actually gone into solution. It actually precipitates out into our residues, but because it's in solution, it means we've got a real head start in terms of being able to actually produce a product from it. So if it's in solution, potentially we can extract it, most likely with something like solvent extraction, purify it with something like solvent extraction, and then do a precipitation and calcination. And they're all processes that we're very, very familiar with. I'll just start about talking about Mount Weld and why we're really excited. And just to show you, most of you would have seen the sort of image on my top right there, on the left there. The key point I want to make is that the Mount Weld ore body, and that's that tiny little sort of, the original pit there is in the red. The green was our ore reserve, but that's actually in what was a volcano. So if you can imagine a volcanic pipe about 3 kilometres in diameter going deep into the earth, and that's the image I think I want you to hold in your mind. In terms of mineralisation, there's more than rare earths. There's phosphate, tantalum, niobium, zirconium, titanium, and scandium, like I mentioned. And so, huge amount of potential. We own the mining leases for this deposit, and then also we've been picking up more and more of the surrounding leases for our infrastructure. So this is a very recent photo, and I just want to show you what the mine currently looks like. So one of the key features for Mount Weld, for those of you who've seen it, is because it's so high grade, the dimensions and the size of it physically is actually very, very small compared with other mines and other projects. Over here, this is I think we still see a lot actually in the press of a small pit, and that was the original Campaign 1 pit, which was done in 2007, 2008, and that's the original pit that we see. And just to put that in perspective, that was about 300 metres wide and about 400 metres long. And we started processing in 2011, and that actually lasted us until 2017. So we did the second pit, so that first pit was 50 metres deep. We dropped it 10 metres, and after we actually dropped the water table 10 metres, and that gave us almost a year's worth of ore just in that. Then we did Campaign 2, which was basically a northern extension, and that's our Campaign 2 pit. We did that in 2007, 2008. There was almost 2 years' worth of ore coming out of that. But one thing I just want to highlight is on this corner here, we actually intersected the Duncan ore. So this actually here is actually Duncan ore that we've actually left in situ, but we've actually got quite a large stockpile of Duncan ore that we've stockpiled. We've been doing test work and analysis on it, and it's basically ready to be used in an ore blend. We're currently doing Campaign 3, and that is basically a cutback to the west. One of the key features in terms of where our high grade exists for the Mount Weld deposit is, and it basically goes down this middle section, so it's was on the western side of the Campaigns 1 and 2 and on the eastern side of Campaign 3. So over here, we've actually exposed some of the low-grade ore. the ore body actually dips down. We've actually just got some sort of calcrete overburden. That's probably the most sort of competent material that we've had to remove. A lot of it's actually very, very soft above it, and we expect to be into the ore body in earnest in the next month. Just behind us there, this is our ROM stockpile. So the ore we mine, we basically put in stockpiles according to the grade and also the ore type. We've got a small crushing and screening plant, but when you actually look at that ore, it just looks like brown dirt. It's not very exciting at all. And then we truck it down to our processing plant. We've got a stockpile where we blend it. That's our processing plant there. That's our tailings facilities. And that's our evaporation pond. And these are located basically outside the carbonatite, so off where we might have mineralisation. So while we're the second largest producer, Mount Weld, because of its high grade, is basically small in physical size. I just want to highlight, we've been mining and processing, I suppose, what we consider to be weathered, fine-grained, enriched sort of rare earth material, and our geologists, I think, for many years have been sort of speculating and talking about what's the original source of it. The CLD, Central Lanthanide Deposit, so that's been our main rare earth deposit. I spoke about Duncan, so we see that as a NdPr deposit that's enriched in heavy rare earths. And initially we thought that was to the east of the current deposit. So last August, and I just wanted to highlight, we announced a significant upgrade to our mineral resource. So that was a 70% increase, so up to 3 million contained tonnes of REO. At the same time, we announced a 60% increase in our ore reserve, so that's up to 1.69 million tonnes of contained total REO. To put that in perspective, currently we're processing using about 50,000 contained tonnes of REO. And big question for us is, where did it come from and is there more? So our ore body, as for those of you who are familiar, we basically talk about 3 ore horizons. We talk about our Li and our CZ ore horizons. So that initially we thought this was the profile that we actually had. So in the orange there, the apatite was below it, and the apatite is similar but actually has apatite and it requires basically a bolt-on process at the front to treat it. And we thought this was this ready bit here, below it. And when you look at it, these were the original drill holes, and you can see they all ended up at different depths. And that's for when it basically got too hard, our drill rig could not penetrate, so we end up with this bit of a zigzag profile. So that just didn't make sense. And in 2017 and 2018, for the core part of our ore body, we drilled it out to 120 metres. We've got a couple of deeper holes down below that. And what we found is that instead of this sort of being the LICZ, the base of it is now that green line, and then we have a continuous amount of AP, so significantly deeper, and that's one of the big parts of the resource and reserve increase. But more exciting for us is, I don't know if people have picked up, we found what was the primary mineralisation, and I'll talk a bit more about that. And our geologists see this. This is the original actual source of what we see as this weathered, oxidised, enriched zone up above. And if you can imagine the volcano going deep in the ground, we don't know, that's open at depth, and we don't know how far and how deep it actually goes in. Couple of other things I mentioned. When we're treating our sort of our flotation on the higher grade sort of CZ and Li ore, our recoveries have been okay, but not great. And as a result, in our tailings dam, there is a significant amount of rare earths. We estimate that by 2023, we're actually going to have 1.2 million tonnes of this tailings, grading 7 or actually over 7% REO. And when you actually compare that with some of the other projects, that actually compares quite favourably. And the last thing I think I mentioned the scandium. Just to put that in a volume amount, in our concentrate, the grade of scandium's between basically 200 and 250 parts per million with scandium oxide. And in quantity, that's about 20,000 kilograms of scandium per annum that's actually being fed into our processing plant in Malaysia. So in terms of how we're going to get our 25 plus year ore reserve, I'll just start off by mentioning probably one of our key focuses for Alex and his team is getting a step change improvement in our grade recovery performance. We've got a highly targeted program and we're actually starting to see some really, really encouraging results on this, and Alex will talk a bit more about this morning. This won't increase our reserve, but in terms of the reserve life, this will make a significant difference. We've got some flow sheets for our sort of futures ore, and we see that we'll actually have significantly improved flow sheets by that time. I talked about the tailings, and then in terms of the sort of primary mineralisation, just to give you an idea, this here, that's actually what our ore looks like. That's actually some of the direct shipping ore. So one of the things we've done very recently is our high-grade ore, instead of actually putting it through the flotation plant, taking up capacity, consuming chemicals and power and everything, we actually, and actually suffering some losses, we actually ship that direct, blend it in with our flotation concentrate and ship that to Malaysia. But you can see that looks like brown dirt, and that's pretty typical of the concentrate and the ore that we actually have. This is an image of one of the rare earth particles from the primary mineralisation. You can see it, so that's a big thing. It is actually, yes, we're very excited as a processing engineer. And being coarse, it's going to be much, much easier to process. Just getting a bit of a hurry up. So in terms of unlocking the potential at Mount Weld, this is what our plant looks like. Very simply, it was built as phase 1. We got it commissioned before we actually started phase 2. So phase 2 was not a replication. We basically added capacity where we needed it. So some key parts, the ore comes in, we blend it, and we do blends that last for about 3 weeks so we get consistent feed. Tiny, tiny ball mill. It's only about a few hundred kilowatts that actually draws. That's our phase 1 flotation, phase 2 flotation, and then we have our phase 1 and phase 2 concentrate dewatering, and then we have a small bagging plant, and then load into containers and off it goes. And then our supporting infrastructure, power station, water treatment, boiler, and reagents, workshop, warehouses, and offices. And in terms of for the upgrade, what might we see? And we see that we'll only require one more mill, and it's not going to be a huge mill. In terms of flotation upgrade, as part of Lynas Next, we actually commissioned a stack cell, and Alex will talk a bit more about it. And it's actually just there on the very end there. It's not very large, so we see that we've got a low-cost upgrade option there. A couple of other things we're looking at in terms of things like tailings dams. We're getting some really good consolidation in our tailings dam. We want to treat that in the future, so our current plan is, can we dig it up and actually reuse it and actually stack the tailings? And a couple of others, Alex will talk a bit more about water later. And in terms of power, This is our power station, diesel-fired power station. These days there's actually gas available at the neighbouring mine site, but we're actually only using about 2 megawatts at present, so quite low power draw, and we're not talking about a major expansion there. In terms of the lamp, so this is a beautiful image there. As I mentioned, in terms of lamp being a core asset, it's a 100-hectare site, and it was built phase 1 and phase 2. Phase 2 was designed before we started commissioning phase 1, so basically replicating almost everything there. So we have the phase 1, phase 2 kilns, secondary leaching, phase 1, phase 2, phase 1, phase 2, solvent extraction, phase 1 and phase 2 product finishing and tunnel furnaces, warehouses, and our water treatment and residue treatment there. And I think Grant will talk a bit more about Lynas NICS, but when you actually look at it, apart from this process water dam, you can't see a lot of extra things. So in terms of expansion, we're looking at cracking and leaching in WA, some more efficient solvent extraction, and also increased capacity, and the same on product finishing. And then in terms of new products, we've got lots of room there to expand and produce new products. So just to finish off with, before I go bring Grant and Alex on the stage, Amanda's highlighted our team's real will to win, and over the past few years we've demonstrated our ability to expand production, improve quality and drive down our costs. And we're very, very confident that Mount Weld can support the expansion. We see pathways at Mount Weld, cracking and leaching expansion, downstream expansion, and to sum it up, we will continue to increase revenue, drive down our unit costs, as we see this is core to delivering value to you, our shareholders. Alex and Grant? Sorry? I was actually going to hold questions until after I have Alex and Grant, and then we'll do a question time because they might actually provide some of the answers to the questions that you've got. So I was just going to run through with Alex and Grant some of the questions and a number of questions for them to have the opportunity to give you some insights into our business. So I'll start off with you, Alex, our very experienced Mount Weld processing manager, and he told me that in his experience, most mines have a number of technical and operational challenges, but even though Mount Weld is very small, it's by far the greatest number of challenges he's ever experienced in one operation. Can you tell me about some of the challenges the team has had to overcome?
Sure. I suppose rare earths is a new industry in Australia. Most of the team at Mount Weld have come from concentrators, nickel processing, gold processing, and the like. But as we soon found out as Mount Weld ramped up, Mount Weld and rare earth processing is unique, and there's some unique challenges associated with that. To put them into context, I think it's sort of 4 key areas. Certainly, residue management has been one of our greatest challenges, so dealing with our tailings. Water management has been a great challenge. We've had to grapple with specialty Chinese chemicals and the associated supply security risks that go along with that. So I could probably put a bit of flavour on the residue management side. I think we've got a photo of our Mount Weld tailings facility. So in the early years, I'll just give you that. We found our tailings is very, very fine. We add a lot of dispersants in the process, so that makes them not want to settle. But when we go to the residue storage facilities, we need to make this material settle. So early on, the tailings wouldn't settle, and the consequence of that was very, very rapid filling of tailings storage facilities. So here is TSF1, this is TSF2 here, and this is TSF3, which is recently been commissioned. So since commencing of operations, we had to develop an effective tails management strategy, and that involves both chemical and novel mechanical processes. I'm pleased to say at this time now we've managed to find a solution with that, and that's involved a threefold increase in the storage density that we can achieve with our residues. So what that means is tails dams last 3 times as long as they did 4 years ago. Tails dams are very expensive, particularly building them in the bush. They're not value-adding infrastructure, so we're very conscious of not spending money on tailings and spending money on value creation infrastructure. Just a couple of weeks ago, we had an excavator and a bulldozer in the middle of this TSF here, so this is TSF2. And if you asked me 3 or 4 years ago, would you ever see a machine being supported in our tailings, I don't know if I could have said yes. So that just sort of shows you our pathway with our residue. Moving forward, what we see is, as you alluded to earlier, the tailings is actually a very rich source of rare earths by our competitors' standards. So the next sort of step for us with tailings is to actually dig this material out, dry stack it and process it in the future and allow us to reuse these assets or this infrastructure.
Thanks, Alex. Grant, I'll give you a question.
Yep.
When we have visitors to Kuantan, they're generally overwhelmed by the size and complexity of what they see. How complex is the plant and how easy has it been to actually start up and operate?
Okay, so what we've got there is a picture of the Kuantan plant. I apologise, I had a really nice flow sheet, but Amanda had to remind me that I'm not presenting to engineers, I'm presenting to bankers. So, so you've got a photo instead. So this first box here is cracking and leaching. So cracking and leaching has got 4 kilns, 4 primary leachers, 4 secondary leachers. It's got 2 dedicated MgO neutralisation circuits, plus a couple of more MgO neutralisation circuits for other parts of the plant. It's got about 20 odd pressure filters. Cracking and leaching, the feed system on that is 85% acid. It's about 170 degrees Celsius, and the viscosity of it varies from about 5 centipoise to about 50,000 centipoise. So what that means is 5 centipoise is about the sort of stuff that you put on your toast in the morning, a little bit like honey. 50,000 is like concrete, and this stuff, the longer you mix it, the more viscous it gets. So after about half an hour, it actually turns into concrete. So cracking and leaching, the management style you need to apply there is you need to be able to think mechanistically, and you also need to be able to make quick decisions, because if you don't make a quick decision, it can turn into disaster fairly quickly. This central box here is solvent extraction. So solvent extraction in a typical nickel cobalt plant, you might have somewhere between 3 and 8 stages of solvent extraction. We've got about 900 stages of solvent extraction. So it's a very, very complex plant. So each of the circuits within that solvent extraction plant will measure between 10 and 20 stages every 4 hours. So there's a lot of complexity with that circuit, and the management style you require for that is quite different from cracking and leaching. So to operate solvent extraction, you need the patience of a saint, and I'm no saint, so I'm not that great at running this circuit. So you make a change on solvent extraction, you wait a day and see what that change does. But you've got to make sure the change is right, because if you get it wrong, then it takes you 3 or 4 days to fix. Product finishing, which is this box over here on the right. So product finishing, multiple products for many, many different customers. We've got about, in terms of equipment count, we've got about 50 precipitators, 50 centrifuges, we've got 8 tunnel furnaces, almost a kilometre worth of tunnel furnaces. So lots of equipment, and a lot of the complexity in that circuit comes from making multiple products for many different customers at the same time. And a lot of those products have got very, very low contaminant levels, so down to 50 ppm in stages. So very, very complex plant. The management style for product finishing, you need to be someone that's very, very detail focused and quite pedantic, really. To get your contaminants down to those low levels, you've got to have things absolutely perfect. So I won't talk about the top end. So the top end is residues and utilities. That's quite conventional. That's quite similar to what you'd see in a lot of metallurgical plants in Australia. So yeah, just in summary, huge numbers of equipment and quite different management styles depending on where you are in the plant.
So, question for you, Alex. There's been a lot of breakthroughs and both operationally and technically at Mount Weld. Is this as good as it gets, or are there more opportunities to improve recovery and reduce costs?
Certainly, I see there being some very significant cost reduction opportunities, and I mean there's the incremental cost reduction opportunities, but there's still some very material changes we can make in our business at Mount Weld. To give you an example, one of the unique aspects of the Mount Weld concentrator is we require heat to heat up our flotation circuit. It's around absorption of the chemical onto the rare earth mineral. So we have a steam plant which is fueled by diesel, and that generates the steam to heat up that circuit to 50 degrees. Just recently we've been working on flow sheet development and chemical changes that have enabled flotation to occur at ambient temperature. So in the last 6 weeks in our concentrator, we've been running with our boiler or steam plant offline, and what that does is reduce our diesel consumption by 40% and the associated emissions with that by 40%. So that's just an example. Moving on from that, water treatment. Currently, all of our processed water has to be reverse osmosis permeate. There's a cost associated with that. The science tells us that we can find a solution to conducting flotation in low quality water. So we've got a number of programs with universities, research institutes, in-house as well as laboratories around the country, really focused on unlocking that and really looking at the fundamentals. We're taking some learnings from even the detergent industry and industries outside of mining to find a solution to enable flotation in low quality water. And that'll really unlock Mount Weld, because that's one of our biggest constraints to growth. So a couple of areas there.
Thanks, Alex. Grant, the original flow sheets in your plant there were based on Chinese and French designs. Have they changed at all? And are we still reliant on other experts for our process development?
Okay, so I'll talk about two parts of the flow sheet for that. So the first one is cracking and leaching. So the cracking and leaching flow sheet was Chinese designed. The feed system lasted a couple of days at very, very low throughput rates. So we've completely redesigned the feed system. I joined Lynas about 10 months into commissioning. After 10 months, the site had got to 15%, so that's 15% of phase one capacity. These days we're running 130% of phase one and phase two capacity. 100% of the development for cracking and leaching has been in-house. So we've never relied on external consultants or anything for cracking and leaching. Solvent extraction. So the solvent extraction part of the plant. So that was that generally worked pretty well to begin with. There was a steep learning curve, certainly in terms of learning how to operate that plant with its complexity. But since 5 years ago, where have we progressed? We've got 5 new circuits now that we didn't have in the original design. So those 5 circuits are around adding value to lanthanum and cerium. We've also got one of those 5 circuits which Cam alluded to earlier, is a praseodymium and neodymium separation circuit. And so we've just commissioned that back in January or very late December of last year. And that's on track to deliver separated PR and ND at an incremental chemical usage of about 70% less than the original design. So that gives you a bit of an idea as to where we've progressed with SX and what some of the opportunities are going forward.
Alex, we've started with mining and treating the higher grade zone. What happens when the feed grade reduces, and also when we have to treat new ore types, and then over on top of that we want to increase throughput at the same time? What are your plans?
Yes, correct. So naturally we are going to start dropping down the grade profile closer to the reserve average over time. So by very nature that will require us to increase throughput. But really, to put things in perspective, the Mount Weld ore deposit is that rich that even our low-grade ores or our reserve average is still high grade. So what that does to the sort of capital intensity of the upgrades is make it a fairly modest upgrade. And Cam ran through the slide earlier on Mount Weld and what that upgrade looks like. It's a fairly modest upgrade for a concentrator. We've both worked on many concentrators treating multiple million tonnes per annum. Our life of mine concentrator at Mount Weld is really just a small step up in capacity. So we look at adding another grinding mill, an incremental increase in flotation capacity, some extra dewatering and the associated services with that. So it's nothing too scary on that side of things. For the ore treatment type, we've been primarily focused on treating CZLI ores, which is that upper zone of the ore body. So coming over the next sort of 2 years, as well as increasing Duncan material into the feed, we've also got the apatite ore stream coming online. So the apatite is a sort of in between the very weathered phase of the ore body and then the primary mineralisation. So it's got a barren calcium phosphate. So our rare earth is in a rare earth phosphate. Chemically, they are quite similar and they float fairly similarly, but we can exploit some of the kinetics on the mineralisation that will allow us to just bolt on a small extra bit of flotation capacity, and I'll show you a bit later. It's really another flotation cell, which will allow us to float out the barren apatite early for either subsequent treatment downstream, residue byproducts, and then the rest of the circuit just becomes the existing flotation circuit. So it's quite an incremental increase in flow sheet or a bolt-on flow sheet.
Thanks, Alex. Grant, you were the project director for Lynas NICS. How did you approach the challenge and what was achieved?
Okay, so Lynas NICS is about 60 projects for Lynas Quantum, covering quite a broad range of areas. So we had emissions reductions, we had production improvements, we had recovery improvements and associated cost reductions, and we also had some extra products for our product suite. Coming into Project Next, essentially our operations, engineering and maintenance teams had 3 to 4 years of fairly steady continuous improvement in the plant. And I guess we've tended to operate the plant with a bit of a growth mindset. When you operate a plant with a growth mindset, you've always got a project pipeline in your head of where you need to move to next to get your big next step change. So in terms of the approach that we took, essentially we had about 6 weeks of fairly intense work to do all the project concepts and do all the cost estimations. Essentially, after we got the funding to progress with the project, we did our drawings. We did only down to a fit for purpose level. So over the years that we've operated in Malaysia, we've we've developed a suite of local contracting companies, fabrication companies. They generally have their own engineering and drafting resources. So essentially, with us generating our drawings to GA level, essentially we could get the local engineering companies to do any structural calcs that may be necessary to do and do the detailed shop drawings. So not having to do that dramatically improves the speed and dramatically decreases the cost as well of doing a major engineering project. Where am I at? Okay. Sorry, I've lost my way. Okay. So I guess in summary, we did it in a very, very high speed, low cost scenario. For all of the projects we did individual contingencies. So they varied from sort of 0% to 30%. The overall project was 17%. As Cam alluded to earlier, a lot of companies won't go forward with a project until they get it to a plus or minus 10% level. It costs a lot of money to get to a plus or minus 10% level, and not only does it cost a lot of money, it costs a lot of time. So at this point in time, we're on our last major project, which is a tunnel furnace extension. Last major project, we've got 2 or 3 weeks to run, and it looks as though we're going to finish about 8% under budget. So I think we took a very fast way compared to what would normally be done, and we've delivered. We've delivered in a very short time frame, and we've delivered under budget.
Thanks, Grant. Alex, can you tell us more about the Duncan deposit?
Sure. The Duncan deposit at Mount Weld was originally conceptualised or thought of as a standalone deposit compared to the central lanthanide deposit. As we've increased our geological and metallurgical knowledge of the Duncan, we now realise that it is purely just an extension of that central lanthanide deposit. It's almost a halo around that high-grade core zone. So it's got the same geological characteristics as the central lanthanide deposit, and it actually processes in the same way. The benefit of the Duncan zone or the Duncan ore zone is it contains an enrichment of heavy rare earths. The enrichment value is up to 4-fold, 3 to 4-fold times higher dysprosium-terbium distribution. We still see the Duncan as a NdPr value driver with the overlaid benefit of some extra terbium and Dy. So we'll actually start treating some Duncan material in with our mill feed blend in July. It's not a new process. We won't even know the difference going through the concentrator. It just switches the distribution, drops out a little bit of cerium and lifts the dysprosium-terbium distribution. So the Duncan material is very shallow. It's close to surface. It's easy to mine. It's easy to treat. And it will enable sort of Lynas to become a very substantive supplier of terbium dysprosium in the future.
So, Grant, what happens when it gets to Kuantan, and what are we going to do with it?
Okay, so currently we produce a product that's essentially a mix of all those heavies. So samarium, europium, gadolinium, terbium, dysprosium. So as you've seen with the announcement of a couple of days ago, we've signed an MOU with Blue Line in the US to go to an extra step, which is to separate those products out into their individual products. So expect to see more from that released in the public in the coming periods.
So is it a big circuit?
Okay, so thank you. Okay, so essentially quite small circuit compared to what we've got at the moment. The tonnages are quite small, so we're not talking a big lot of capital in terms of building the equipment. So very, very small scale compared to what we're doing at the moment.
Alex, each time we do a capital upgrade, we look for and we find lower cost ways of doing things. Can you share some examples with us?
Sure. I suppose a picture is a good example as any on this, and this is the Mount Weld concentrator here. So what this area here is the flotation, and that's the money-making part of the Mount Weld process. That is what converts the ore into the concentrate and upgrades the enrichment of the material. When I look at infrastructure, and Cam alluded to this earlier, height equals steel and concrete, and steel and concrete in the bush is very, very expensive. So we look at ways to really focus on spending the capital on the value creating part of that infrastructure, and that's the actual flotation cells themselves. This is the phase 1 plant here. It looks a bit more like an oil and gas platform. This flotation cell circuit here was phase 1, so it's 220 NdPr tonne per month. It had 29 flotation cells and was 5 stories high. That's a lot of steel. So going forward, looking at our upgrades, we said, can we do this better? And this here is our phase 2 flotation plant. So we've doubled the capacity to 440 NdPr by an addition of 9 flotation cells and chopped the level by 50%. So now we're sitting at a two-level infrastructure to achieve that. This circuit here is our Lynas Next flotation capacity expansion, so that got us from 440 to 600, and that was a new or novel flotation technology which has allowed us to bypass multiple stages of flotation. So a very small footprint, one flotation cell has allowed us to go up another 40% in output. So we can show a track record of improving capital efficiency. What does that look like for Lynas 2025 and low-grade ore treatment? We're looking at around about 3 to 5 flotation cells, so we're still finalising the flow sheet for that, but basically what we're going to see is a small flotation capacity increase using technology similar to what we've utilised on the Lynas Next project. As close to the ground as possible, yeah.
Grant, a number of the major industrial plants in Malaysia maintain a significant number of expats, experienced expats. Is that the case with Lynas, and what's the capability of our team there?
Okay, so no, it's not the case with Lynas. So I'll answer that. I'll answer that straight up. So out of the 600 or so people that we've got to run the plant in Kuantan, we've got 8 expats. So closer to 99% rather than 98% Malaysian. With very few exceptions, the promotions to supervisor, superintendent and manager level in the last 5 years have been organic and internal. Of the 6 main areas, so lab, maintenance, engineering and the 4 operating areas, 3 of those are headed by Malaysians. And if I look at the last 12 months, the best performing area out of those 6 areas has been maintenance and engineering. So we've delivered Lynas Next, and our maintenance costs are down by more than 30% this year compared to previous years. And that area is headed by a Malaysian.
Thanks, Grant. At Mount Weld, Alex, it's only a very small team there. How do you manage to achieve so much in such a short time?
As I said, we've both worked at big organisations previously, and I think what sets Lynas apart, and Amanda's alluded that around our culture, is we've just had so many challenges. That has really given the teams, both at Malaysia and Mount Weld, absolute clarity on things that really matter. So I think the teams, it's almost normalised in our team's behaviour, is really to focus on keeping people safe, but also how can we do more for less and do things better. So we tend to not do busy work. We focus on those real value-adding projects, and I think because there is so much gains to be had, it really just absolutely gives you singular focus on these sort of matters. In terms of that recruitment and recruitment strategy, I suppose, is we very much articulate that Lynas is a dynamic business and it's not for everyone. We don't look for people that are there to maintain the status quo. Everyone has a role to play because we are such a small organisation. We need people that are happy to be in the driver's seat and really look for these step changes that we know we can achieve.
Thanks, Alex. Over to you, Grant. Just getting close to the end. People ask, what's next after Nix? And I've said a few things, but can you give us an outline in your own words, what's the direction we're heading and what have you been working on now?
Okay, so I think everyone knows that we've been working on the designs for a plant in Australia. So where do we sit with that for the base case? So we've done a flow sheet for the base case. We've done the mass balance for that. We've done a ground-up, bottom-up estimate of costs, so that's inclusive of all equipment sizing. We've got budget estimates from most of the major suppliers, so we've got an estimate that is bottom-up, very detailed, and we've got a fair bit of confidence in that we can deliver upon.
Thanks. And Alex, can you give us a run-through of in your own words, what's the plan for the direction we're heading for Lynas 2025?
Sure. So for Mount Weld, on the resource side, it's imperative that at that higher output of 10.5 kilotonne of NdPr, our corporate objective is to maintain a 25-year mine life or plus 25-year mine life at the higher rates. So we've got a planned program, which we've outlined previously on resource and reserve drilling program. It's multi-staged. We did the first one 18 months ago, and that's where we had the 16% increase in reserves. So it's just a continuation of that program. We see the Mount Weld ore body is open at depth and open laterally, so it's the drilling programs to ensure we can maintain that reserve and resource to support that capacity expansion. On the flow sheet side of things, it's developing the flow sheets to enable the treatment of those new ore types. So the appetite is pretty much complete. We've done all the bench scale work. We've got an upgrade plan in place for that appetite, so that'll be coming online. Some of the more exciting parts on that growth phase are around the fresh mineralisation. I've just got a bit of a picture here. As a metallurgist, I get really excited by this. My wife will be rolling her eyes when she sees this. But as Cam talked about, the primary mineralisation, it's minerals you can see. To put it in perspective, our weathered zone that we're currently treating, the average monazite, which is our rare earth mineral grain size, is about 14 micron, which is in the thousandths of millimetres. So it's very fine, it's very disseminated, it's very hard to see. So when you see particles like this, as a metallurgist, I think that's great because it's cheap and it's easy to process. So here's a scanning electron microscope image of this fresh primary mineralisation. So this is the mineral here. It's actually a carbonate mineral, so similar to some of the mineralisation seen in China. And this is really that primary mineralisation where all that high grade has actually come from. So it's open at depth, so we now are looking to how do we develop a flow sheet for the primary mineralisation, but also include drilling campaigns, particularly diamond drilling campaigns, to fully quantify and understand, well, just how big is this resource. So there'll be drilling programs as well as flow sheet development, particularly focused on simple processing flow sheets such as gravity, because we can exploit the density difference between the mineralisation. So development on those flow sheets as well. On the concentrator, Cam's already alluded to most of it, but when we see Lynas 2025, it's an upgraded concentrator to treat lower grade ores, alternate ores, and achieve the capacity increase required for the 10.5. Another mill, incremental increase in flotation capacity, a hybrid power station, some additional thickeners and filters, a concentrate dryer, which we're currently commissioning at the moment. They're all just sort of small packaged up projects that we don't see any major risks with. Cracking and leaching, as Cam talked about, site selection, preferred 2 sites. One of the benefits with cracking and leaching in WA is freight is our second highest cost with our concentrate. Having that close to source will substantially reduce that freight cost. So this is where our concentrate is produced here. It could potentially just drop straight into a cracking and leaching plant, either in here or if we end up in Kalgoorlie through the rail line that we currently have. So that's sort of our pathway to the 10,500.
Thanks, Alex. So just to finish up, Grant, what gives you confidence we'll achieve our goals?
Essentially, we've got the runs on the board, I think. So we've had a ramp up over 5 years. We've conceptualised Next and executed that in a very short time frame with 8% lower costs. And in terms of what a cracking and leaching will look like in Australia, I can't tell you I'm not allowed to say how many kilns and so forth, but essentially the equipment count will be substantially less than what is currently in Kuantan. So substantially less equipment count, substantially bigger scale equipment, and associated with that, much lower labour count to deliver a higher throughput, and most likely lower maintenance costs as well. So we'll be maintaining substantially less numbers of equipment.
Right. Thanks, Grant. And just to sum up, Alex, what gives you confidence that we can achieve our goals?
Number one, we have the resource. Mount Weld is a truly tier 1 phenomenal deposit, and that's where it all starts from. But also we have the people. I think we have the drive, we have the energy, and we've got the expertise and that we've shown we can deliver. So now it's a matter of executing that.
Thank you very much. I'll now open it up for questions.
Hi Cam, thanks gentlemen. Dylan here again. A couple of questions just on slides 29 and 30 where you break down just what's going to be happening with both Malaysia and Mount Weld with cracking and leaching. Slide 29, you talk there about relocating cracking and leaching to WA. Can you talk us through exactly how you do that without production disruption or make it complementary to existing capacity? Are we talking about relocating equipment? Are we talking about duplicating existing lines? Could you just talk us through exactly how you envisage this?
We would envisage to continue to run the Malaysian kilns and then construct a new plant in WA and then transition, because as you know, a new plant will require time to be constructed and then to be ramped up.
Okay, so on your timeline there, you've got it between 2020, 2024. And at the moment, what is the permitting requirements to actually put those in place? At Mount Weld, do you already have that to go ahead to do something like that?
For any plant that we put in anywhere, there's the normal sort of regulatory sort of approval processes that we actually need to go through. So that's...
Okay, fair enough. And I'm curious... Okay. I'm very curious as to the second last item on that list there, the ability to treat alternative RE feeds. Are we just talking about between Duncan and possibly the other ore sources there, or are we talking about opening that up to something larger?
Our thinking on this is that as we grow and if there are other sort of rare earth feeds available and if it makes economic sense, we want whatever facility we put in to actually have that option to do that.
Including the potential for third parties? Okay. Just quickly moving over to the Malaysian plant on slide 30. Your second point there, just around optimising and developing the existing SX and product finishing. We're talking about a 50% increase in capacity of NdPr. I'm curious as to exactly how you do that based on that one line. Are we talking just about additional circuits being added? I'm curious as to more details for how you plan to get there.
Okay, so PF's quite easy from an NdPr perspective. NdPr precipitation is much quicker than La and CE. So in terms of extra equipment there for PF, that's fairly minimal. As part of Project Next, so NdPr SM separation. So the circuit we built for Project Next, which was just essentially existing equipment that reconfigured, that already is at that 10.5 kilotonne per annum level. And there will be a couple of new circuits, but compared to the massive equipment count we've got currently, the increase is going to be fairly minor.
Great, thank you.
My question's in regard to the primary mineral resource. The 25-year mine life you're talking about is the open pit, is that correct? So there's potential in the future to go underground. Is that?
In terms of the potential, you're talking about the primary mineralisation there?
Yeah.
I think our mining engineers probably have two different thoughts on that.
Open pit or underground would be a feasible option for the primary.
Okay. That could be quite exciting. So when do you expect to start drilling to explore that?
So we've got a drilling works program. The next two stages of the drilling programs are more centred around infill drilling on highest probability zones. So that's the sort of reserve and resource extension around that halo, around the central lanthanide deposit. So they're the first two priority. The fresh mineralisation would be more of a diamond drilling program, which is different to what we do for the weathered material. So we'll look at bringing that probably over the next sort of 18 months cycle, but the primary focus is on ensuring the reserve meets the 25-year mine life. So that's sort of the timeline on the drilling.
Okay. Also, I'm a little bit confused. I didn't understand that the concentrate that's going to the Blue Line site in the US, is that going to come from the LAMP in Malaysia or from Mount Weld?
It's not actually concentrate. It's actually the SEG oxide that we currently produce, and we actually sell it to a third party who actually does the separation.
So the new third party will be Blue Line. Okay, I didn't.
Or Lynas Blue Line.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that.
Alex, how unique is Mount Weld in world terms? In your final summary, you used the adjective phenomenal. Could you comment a bit about where that sits in world terms, and any comment about low radioactivity levels?
Sure. So the Mount Weld carbonatite mineralisation is quite unique. Carbonatites often do have rare earths in them, but typically they are very, very low grade, so sub 1%. So the Mount Weld carbonatite and the enrichment phase, which is that sort of supergene weathered, is extremely high grade, and we are very lucky that for the grade of the rare earths, the radioactivity or the thorium levels are naturally very low. So and that's just a geological phenomenon that I can't explain, and one of our geologists might be able to explain, but we've got the high grade without the associated high thorium, so our that combination is quite unique.
Is that anything to do with the age of that deposit, and is that the higher particle size that you referred to in the drilling, is that also very unusual for rare earths?
I think primary mineralisation is typically coarser, and it's associated with the cooling of that volcanic melt. So as it's cooled, and depending on how quickly it cools, it gives you some of the grain size formations. So the weathered material, because it's been so weathered over about a 2 billion year time frame, and it's sort of washed away some of those carbonate mineralisation and left just iron there, that's resulted in a very fine grain nature in the weathered zone.
Hi, it's Kate Howard from Fidelity. You've looked at a couple of different sites and you've narrowed it down to 2. You know, you could speculate that Kwinana or Geraldton would have been good sites, so what's knocked them off the list?
I think the first one makes sense for us in terms of Mount Well, because it's actually on our lease. And so that, and when we actually look at the different factors there, and a lot of the synergies that we can actually have in terms of it's our own operation, actually how we deal with the residues, the short transport route. We actually quite like Kalgoorlie because it's actually relatively close to the Mount Weld site. It's an industrial area. There's good infrastructure there. There's actually a workforce there. The government there actually rang us up and actually enthusiastic about, you know, wanting to actually have industry there. So there's some of the factors why we might favour going to either of those 2 sites.
Can I have? It's all right. I can manage this room. The original chart that the guys prepared had 5 columns in it, right? And those additional columns may have included the locations that you're talking about. And the assessment was done, and it was done quite at a detailed level. So there was a CapEx estimate and there was an OpEx estimate for each of the 5 sites. Okay. So there was a CapEx and an OpEx estimate for each of the 5 sites. Essentially, there was not a huge variation when you talk about the level of precision in the estimate between the different sites. There was not a significant difference, actually, in quite a lot of the OpEx issues. So it came down to some of the issues in here, like, for example, the community support is strong. The day that we talked about, we'd thought about going to Western Australia. I think the day after, Kalgoorlie Mayor was in touch to say, hey, we'd really like you to be here, right? It's a bit like, I can tell you, that in the US, in Hondo, guess what? They really want us to be there, and they're prepared to talk to us about things they can do to help us. So some of those may be financial, some of them are non-financial. You mentioned Geraldton. Grant lives in Geraldton. He could ride his bike to work every morning if it was in Geraldton, and he might rather like that. However, we're not, despite the fact that Grant would like it, running this business for Grant's ease. In Geraldton, you are talking about being very close to residential estates and also to desirable real estate. So I think that a lot of these issues around community support, the ability to manage our residues, the ability to flex, all of these sorts of things are the things that saw that long list end up with these 2 sites as our preferred locations.
And if you're going to relocate cracking and leaching to WA, and yet your workforce is so heavily East Coast Malaysian, how's that going to work?
So one of the things we talked about is expanding what we actually do in Malaysia. So we see that this is not going to happen overnight, that we would be able to redeploy our workforce in our expanded footprint. we would obviously use some of our Malaysian team to assist with whatever we do in WA. And currently a lot of the sort of process engineering, the sort of design engineering and things and the estimates has actually been done out of a Malaysian team. We've actually got some, it's a very small team, but we've actually built up, especially over the project next, employed a very, very good project manager, project engineers in the team. And yeah, and I'm just absolutely amazed at the amount of work that they've done in that time. And we've actually got a study manager actually in Perth, very, very experienced guys. And we're both looking at what's been produced basically inside a small number of weeks. And we thought, wow, if we actually had to go out to someone else, we would still be explaining the scope to someone else. And we basically got the first draft document there for us to review. It's really about actually understanding what actually happens when a project goes on. And I spent a number of years actually inside an engineering office, and I used to be told, oh, it's about $1 million a week in here. You put all these people doing all these things, and I'm thinking, geez, most of them have never been out actually onto a site. They're drawing things that they actually don't even know what it's actually doing. And that's where, I don't know, personally, I think money can be much better spent.
Highlight as well. So, and Grant can talk a little more about this also, but one of the things to remember, we're sitting on the east coast of Australia. It takes us longer to get from here to Perth than it does actually to go up and down. It operates in the same time zone. The ability to actually leverage our resources across the two sites is actually quite significant. And we would not see the need to be, actually we see the value, as Cam's already said, in using the IP, using the development that we've got in Malaysia and leveraging that into Australia. And I mean, what a great story that is for Malaysia. I mean, what an absolutely fabulous story that is for Malaysia.
And I'll just add a couple of things there. So our strategy for execution of this Australian plant will be an engineering team that's probably about 50 or 60% Malaysian, with the remainder Australian, and that will also come down to construction, or rather the project management during construction. A key part of the strategy is to get a lot of the fabrication done in Malaysia, and essentially assembled at site. So that saves a lot of money. Just to give you an idea, the cost of steel fabrication in Malaysia is about 1/6 the cost of steel fabrication in Australia. So building this Australian plant is very much going to be a joint Malaysian-Australian effort, and that's key for delivering quickly and cost effectively.
Thanks. Matthew Chen, Foster Stockbroking. Just wanted to ask when precisely the SEG oxide drops out in the flow, and does it come out of the cracking and leaching, or requires solvent extraction? And so, are you gonna have to make adjustments in the context of the Blue Line MOU? You mentioned in the announcement yesterday there's an option to process light res as well. I see Blue Line have that capacity as part of their elements. Is it just a matter of taking the mixed con? Are you going to do the SEG oxide dropout? Where does that technically come out? And then if they do have that option to do the light res and the heavies, just shipping off the mixed con to Blue Line?
Yeah, where does SEG come out? That comes out in the first stage of solvent extraction. So that the heavy minerals tend to attach to the organic first. Right. So it's the first stage that comes out. So whether or not we actually go to oxide stage is not decided yet. I suspect what we might do is we might concentrate up the liquid and send that to Blue Line. And by doing that, that gets rid of a process step. You don't need to precipitate
at Mount Weld, or wherever the proposed,
or wherever. Yeah.
And
I can't say any more than that.
Upstream expansion site.
Yes. Yeah.
And at the moment, SEG is opportunistically sold.
Yes.
Is that a function of price?
I think we could probably direct this question to Paul. Paul, there's a microphone.
We said when the price is high enough.
But is that an indicator of demand with that Blue Line MOU?
Well, as I said, the supply of heavy rears has been decreased by 80%. The demand is increasing very rapidly.
After the earthquake event that you said, yeah.
So the price of DY was $150. If I take example of DY, was $150 at the beginning of this year. Today it's $240, and the expectation is that it would be above $500 sometime soon.
Thanks.
We might actually break it there and actually have some morning tea and be back, I think, at about 11 o'clock. Thank you very much.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before I start, please stop me at any time if you do not understand what I'm saying, because English is not my first language. And he speaks French English, I speak Manglish. Okay, since everybody introduced themselves about their working experience and whatnot, I'm about to be the oldest employee of Lynas. I've been working almost 40 years. When I came back from England, I worked for ICI Malaysia and also ICI Australia. And then I joined Petronas as general manager for Malaysia LNG, which is bigger size than your Karata plant. And then I was made the managing director for Eastman Chemical, an American company. And then when the Lynas offer came along, would you like to join Lynas as their country manager? What crossed my mind was it's only a 9-hour flight from Kuala Lumpur to Sydney, as opposed Kuala Lumpur to Tennessee. So that made me join Lynas. Okay, when I joined Lynas, as the country manager, later managing director I am the managing director for Lynas Malaysia. I was told by my boss of Lynas Corporation, you have only one staff, that is Mimi. That's my only staff. We have a small office, and I have 250 acres of empty land. So what you saw in the previous slides, when I started Lynas Malaysia, it was purely an empty land. So I do not have a staff. I do not have any equipment on site. And I do not even have an operating license. And that was a big challenge to me, operating license. But what Lynas Corporation did not tell me was, I have an MP who is heading the anti-Lynas team waiting for me. I got a state assemblyman, an anti-Lynas man waiting for me. And I got an NGO leader, very aggressive leader, waiting for me. So that is history. Today, Lynas sits proudly in the 5,000-acre Gebeng Industrial Estate. So if those who have never been, when you drive past BASF, you will see the German flag. When you pass Eastman, you see the American flag. And then when you pass Kaneka, Kaneka, you will see the Japanese flag flying. And at the end of it, you see Lynas on the sprawling 250-acre site with the, what you call the Southern Star flag. So at last, we have we have an operating plan which produces quality products with from 1 employee to 700 employees. So that is something I'm very proud of. But when Amanda asked me to speak on politics, I said that is to talk about Malaysian politics. I can talk very long or it can be very short, because politics is what you talk in the coffee shop. But when you talk about regulatory matters, yes, that one I can be very specific. Let me take back a bit. When Lynas was, when we started Lynas, it was classified as a high-impact project. It was classified as a high-impact project, and this project came directly under the Deputy Prime Minister because it's a project that can generate many downstream industry. So the government at that time, the Barisan National Government, what they did was they formed a cabinet committee on Lynas, comprising of 4 ministers who are responsible for issuance various licenses required for Lynas operation. So the key word was that there was the cabinet committee to oversee a Lynas, be it a license issuance, etc., etc. So these 4 cabinet members, comprising of senior cabinet members, they were assisted by very professional and experienced regulators. They are so experienced that some of them have served in the IEA in Vienna. So life then was quite straightforward. And we have to sit every alternate week in front of the cabinet committee, answers the questions, and for us to get our license. That was prior to General Election 13. The recent one was 14. So in the end, we got our license and we went into operation. Now, come 9th of May last year, general election, that was the first time in 61 years when we have a change in government. In all honesty, the winners or the Pakatan Harapan government, they were not prepared to be the government. In fact, they themselves, they were more shocked that they won compared to the loser, because for 61 years, we only had the only government. So, the Pakatan Harapan, or the Alliance of Hope, it comprised of the PKR, the DAP, the Amanah, and the Bersatu. They were, how to say, they were shocked, and they even admitted that they were not prepared for this responsibility, and they were also not prepared. They were unable to fulfill the manifesto, because the manifesto was made on the premise that they will not win. Then they formed the government. Of course, we have the Prime Minister, who 93 years old, who has been minister in the previously for 22 years. And in the 30-member cabinet, there are only 3 people who have the experience of running the government. That is the Prime Minister and 2 other cabinet ministers. All other 27 ministers, this is the first time that they are governing the country. We have no problem with that. But our problem started when the new minister of MESTEC. MESTEC is Ministry of Energy, Science, is a long thing. It does not matter. But Lynas license, we have two main licenses. One is under Atomic Energy Licensing Board, under AELB. And then the second approval comes from the Department of Environment. Both these critical license come under this MESTEC minister. Shortly after she became minister, I think a few months after the election, remember, prior to this, they have been in the opposition, they have been complaining about Lynas, and now they are in power. So she formed the Executive Review Committee, comprising of 10 people. Guess what? Now we sense, okay, Lynas, your problem has started. When the minister appointed the member of parliament for Kuantan, who has been fighting me for the last 10 years, leading the anti-Lynas movement, so she was to become the chairman. And her co-chairman was another member of parliament who has been heading the anti-Lynas green movement, encouraging people to walk for 200 kilometers to protest in front of parliament. So can you imagine, to our surprise, when the minister announced the Executive Review Committee to be headed by these two people? Now the problem has started. And I was shocked because at that time we have not established our connection with the new government, and it was all happening very fast. But as usual, God worked in mysterious ways. We were able to see the Prime Minister, Amanda. I brought Amanda to see the Prime Minister. Okay, I'll keep. Okay, and then when we met the Prime Minister, we got the review committee. We got our review committee minus these two people. So this is just to show what the new government was talking about. Let's talk about our problem. This is our problem. And at last, the review committee was formed, comprising of 6 professionals who later, after extensive investigation, they confirmed that Lynas is safe. So when they confirmed that Lynas is safe in every aspect, we were expecting that, okay, now our problem is over. And that was on the 4th of December when she issued a letter, the infamous 4th of December letter, telling Lynas, in other words, she ignored the finding of the Executive Review Committee, and she issued a letter stating that, Lynas, you remove your waste by the 2nd of September, or else your license will not be renewed. So that was, now the problem gets bigger and bigger, but fortunately for us, Lynas has, by that time, we have contacts with a number of ministers in the cabinet, of course the Prime Minister as well, who understand the real facts, the findings of the review committee. They understand the importance of Lynas to Malaysia and also to the international market. So through many contacts with the ministers in the cabinet and the Prime Minister, on the 5th of April, this is critical, the Prime Minister make a very critical announcement. Announcement number one, the Prime Minister said, Lynas, you can continue operation in Malaysia. That is okay. This is the regulatory. I would just like to go through the critical thing. The Prime Minister said, Lynas, you can continue operation in Malaysia. Number two, however, all your future materials that you bring in from Australia, you must detox. He used the word detox. In other words, remove the radioactive materials before you can come in. So, to which we have replied, we have explained to the government, to the Prime Minister and to the various ministers that condition number two is not a problem because we will embark on what has been explained all this morning to make the cracking and leaching plant in Australia. However, there is one issue left. There is only one issue left. That is, what are we going to do with the existing WLP, that is the low-level radioactive waste, and the WLP that will be generated until the Western Australia cracking and leaching plant is operational. So we went back to the government. We cited the AELB license condition where we highlight to the ministers and to the government that the license condition stated that number one is that we have to do R&D to find commercial application for the WLP. Okay, we explained to the government that this is condition number one, and Lynas, over the last 4 years, we have engaged universities and research institute, and we have completed our research. In that, we have found a commercial product called Condisoil, a sort of fertilizer. So we put all our final report. This is the answer to option one. And then we explained to the government that the license says, if option one fails, which we did not fail, then only we go to option two, that is to build the permanent depository facility. Again, we told the government, we have the letter of undertaking from the state government, which will approve our PDF. And we have to date identified 3 sites, potential sites, which meet the PDF requirement as specified by IAEA. So we told the government that if you do not like option one, which we have completed, then we got to go to option two, which Lynas is ready to do anytime. Now, with regard to option three, which the Mestec minister or the anti-Lynas has been pushing to export back to Australia, the recent announcement by the Western Australian WA government said it's a no. So that option three is no longer to be considered. So we asked the government, please consider, do you want option one or option two? Whichever option you want, Lynas is ready to execute. So all in all, where are we today with regard to the big issue of Lynas operation in Malaysia? There is no more issue. We are given the permission to continue operation. The concern on the radioactive for future imports will be managed by the Western Australia project on cracking and leaching. With regard to the WLP, the government got only 2 choices to make, 1 or 2. So that is all in my conclusion. I know I am not referring to my my slides, but I guess my presentation covers all that needs to be covered. So I leave you with the only problem left is government, please decide option 1 and option 2, and we are fortunate that we have access to the Prime Minister and to the various ministers in the cabinet. Thank you. I'm done. Yes, sir. It's like Parliament, huh?
Dato, I managed to translate the review committee's report rather laboriously.
Yes, sir.
And I have read it. And as you say, they concluded basically that the whole issue is a safe one.
Yes.
Why hasn't that report been released? And why have the authors of that report apparently been gagged?
Okay, I will answer your question. We worked hard through our contacts. At the end, the report was initially to be released on the 27th of November. The report was at last released on the 4th of December, a week later. So the full report was released. But the committee members of the Executive Review Committee, they have taken a position not to make any comment, and all comment will come from the minister. So does that answer your question?
Not entirely, because normally I would have thought that highly technical reports like that would have been released in English, or at least the major portions, but because it was only ever available in Malay,
okay.
virtually no one in Malaysia has ever read it, as far as I can find out.
Yeah, Malaysian don't read either. But anyway, sir, just to tell you, yes, the full report was released online, but only in the bahasa, in the local language. Yes, it was released. Good.
Thanks. My name is James from CLSA. I guess one of the key questions I always get is, obviously we're down to option 1 or 2, but where do we get the confidence that basically that they say you can have option 1 or 2 for what's there currently, but then for the next 3 years or so that Australia's happening, that it can continue with option 1 or 2 with...
Oh, really simple.
Yeah.
The Prime Minister said.
Okay.
Has the Minister conceded that it's only options 1 or 2 on the table, and she's back down on option 3?
The Prime Minister has acknowledged that whilst there may be a desire for the material to be exported to Australia, that is not a realistic option.
Our license condition clearly expressly stated, do option 1. If option 1 fails, go to option 3. And if go to option 2, that is the PDF. If option 2 fails, then only go to option 3. That is if we talk about legality, because that is expressly stated. But now, the latest statement from the Western Australian government, option 3 is out. So I always, in my discussion, I said there is no more point talking about option 3 because there is no option 3.
Kate, to your specific question, and Data is trying to articulate this as well. Because this has become such a political issue, it is a whole of government decision, right? And that's why the commentary made by the Prime Minister is so important, right? You would not normally expect the Prime Minister to make relatively, sort of construct the framework in the way that he did. And it is very clear this is a whole of government decision, not a single ministerial decision. And that's what gives us the confidence. The specificity around the comments that the Prime Minister has made and our engagement, as Michelle has said, with various members in the government gives us the confidence in the outcome. So the licence removal is running to normal timeframes. Did you want to address that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Our license will expire on the 2nd of September. The ruling says that we have to submit all our paperwork about 6 months before that. And after we have done our submission, the Atomic Energy Licensing Board came to Lynas with their full audit team. They have audited all our submissions, they have visited the site, and they come to the conclusion that Lynas is good and ready for license renewal. It's the only thing pending now is this politics. Okay?
Kate's saying, do we have any time frame on when this will be resolved? And she asked whether it would be September 1st. And anything's possible. However, I think that there is a fatigue within the government as well over this, and there is a resolution, there is a desire to see this resolved. So it's a bit like Pol will not tell you that the NdPr price is going to go up on the 10th of June, but he will tell you that as sure as God made little green apples, that the NdPr price will go up as demand increases. Similarly, I cannot tell you that this matter will be resolved in Malaysia on the 10th of June, say, for example, but I can tell you that our confidence that the government will make, and you've seen a lot of noise over the last year, but when each decision has been made, it has been a rational decision, and we remain confident that that will be the case. I think that we've talked a lot over the last year in particular about the level of support that we have had from various diplomats and governments. Rare earths are definitely on the agenda for Australian government, Japanese government, US government, various European governments. And so I think that any change to China policy will be noticed. But I think that we could say that the diplomatic support that we have been provided has been exceptional.
All I can say is that we are fully engaged with the government. We are updating the government. And when there are ever issues raised by the anti-Lynas group, we make sure that the various cabinet ministers and the Prime Minister is fully aware. And what we are going to do, we also inform them. So all I can say is that we have a regular contact, whether officially by writing or meeting in person. We are heavily engaged, that's the word, yeah.
Yeah, a couple more questions. I know when the Prime Minister made his statement, it was with reference to Wesfarmers and then included Lynas in the comment. Is there any talk about any compensation for Lynas if the waste does stay there? And the other question is, clearly he's conceded that it's very difficult to remove the waste from Malaysia, but in the interim to 2025, Amanda, have you got an alternative if they do turn around and say that you can't continue producing WLP?
Kathy, we always have various risk mitigation plans, but I don't really want to deal with the what-ifs. We have a great deal of confidence in the fact that the government understands there is a transition period, that it is not possible to simply, sort of up stumps and move. We have a great deal of confidence that the government wants Lynas to continue to operate, and that one of the great benefits of the controversy, see, I'm always a glass half full sort of a chick. One of the great benefits of the controversy is that profile which Michelle talked about in the very early days, which is this is a critical industry, has actually come up and been raised again within Malaysia. So the level of interest in this industry and its potential downstream investment is much more heightened as a result of the last year. And I go back to, even though there have been outrageous things said at particular times over the last 12 months, when you look at the actual decisions of the government, each one has been a rational decision, and we continue to be confident in that outcome.
If you ask me, I'll be more confident on option 1 because our research, led by 12 university professors, and we publish our research in the Quartile 1 agricultural magazine in Holland. And we presented to the government comprising of 6 ministries, the Director Generals of 6 ministries who are involved in, example, the Atomic Energy Licensing Board, the DOE, Department of Agriculture, Chemistry Department, blah, 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 Ministry of Health, all the 6. It was chaired by the Chief Secretary to the government, and all the 6, it was recorded as saying, we have no objection to the condisoil, which is our patented name, for agricultural use. And Malaysia spent a lot of money for fertilizer, and we kept telling them that this WLP is actually the same as the rock phosphate that we import from Christmas Island or from Egypt or from Algeria. It's the same thing in terms of the chemical properties and in terms of radioactive level, the radioactivity level. So the fact that it has been agreed by all the 6 departments, we are only waiting for the sign-off. So option 1 will be my preferred, and I am pushing for that. Thank you. Is that? Yes, sir.
Just one last question.
Have you had any feedback, I guess, either before or after officially announcing the Texan facility, that maybe Malaysia has let further processing slip through their hands, and has that sort of come up on the radar?
Amanda?
Not at this time.
We've got to move on, but there'll be questions at the next section.
Thank you. David Perkins. I'm just wondering if the report, the review committee report, was so positive, would it be in Lynas' interest to sponsor the publication of an English version?
Yeah, it's a good idea.
We have a summary.
Hello. I'm just wondering if at some stage before September for this matter to be resolved, would you... Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. For this issue to be resolved in Lynas's favour before September, would you expect at some stage that the ELB would withdraw their letter stating the requirement to remove the WLP, or is that just going to stand?
Yeah, that is the very thing. The moment the infamous 4th of December letter is withdrawn, then everything will be back to business as usual for us and for the authorities.
Okay, so you would expect that at some time before September that letter would be officially withdrawn?
I have great confidence that it will be fast. Yeah. Yes, I am.
Yeah, so to that point, I think that the withdrawal of the letter will be part of the fact that we have a vision for the future.
Just regarding the movement of the waste that's on site at the moment, you've obviously got the two options, the recycling or the permanent disposal. Can you expand on a time frame that it would require to move that material off-site? Have you thought about those options?
Can I just say, yes, we have. Neither one is. Neither option is fatal. Is financially fatal. Neither option is outside our operating competence, and neither option is actually really unduly onerous on our business. It is proper that an operation like ours has a proper residue management strategy anyway. So we are comfortable with either of the options.
One last question.
Yes, sir.
Chris Hughes, I support the suggestion that the management of the company arrange for the report to be produced in an English version, and I would ask that if you do that, that the members of the review committee be asked to attest that the contents are a full and final representation of their final report and sign for that.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, just one.
Chris Grieve.
Yes,
just
sir.
one quick question, and probably it's really from Amanda. I understand you're saying it's a whole of government decision. I sort of note from the slide that the DAP is part of that government and is Chinese majority controlled. I just wondering if you could sort of give me a general sense of what is the attitude of the Chinese, either the conglomerates or the PRC, to what's happening in Malaysia, if you have one.
What's the question?
What's the attitude of the DAP and the Chinese? Lynas.
Oh. What is the attitude of the Chinese towards Lynas? Is that your question, sir?
Just given that Lynas is the most strategic producer of rare earths outside of China, and the Chinese have their own industry which has now banned exports to the United States, I just wonder what the attitude of the PRC might be to the situation that's developing with your licence renewal in China.
Yes, obviously.
In Malaysia, sorry.
Okay. Going back to history, the main opposition to Lynas' existence has been the Chinese community. So that is the fact.
So I'll add to that.
In that context, they're not going to change that attitude, even though it has to be a whole of government solution.
Actually, you know what? I think that we need to discriminate a couple of things. It's like one of the classics. There's a difference between statistics and causal effects, right? So yes, a major opposition in Malaysia has been in the Chinese, right? But also the major opposition to the Barrison national government was in the Chinese, right? So are these correlated, or is one causing the other? And so I think that we need to understand that. So another data point is the Chinese would like their monopoly back, the People's Republic would like their monopoly back, and the major opposition to Lynas in Malaysia is the Chinese. Are these correlated? Is there a causal link? I can't actually tell you the answer to either of those things. What I can tell you is, yes, we understand the geopolitical nature of this, and yes, governments around the world understand the geopolitical nature of this, and I think that's one of the reasons why we will get to a good outcome.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your questions. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Everybody brings paper. I bring the technology, my phone. Okay, because I'm proud of having the phone because you have rare earth in this as well. That's why I'm proud being in Lynas. Okay, good morning, everybody who's here. Some of you I've met before, but a lot of you I have not met before. I'm actually honored to be able to actually stand here and share a bit of what my area does. And I am the People and Culture. A lot of people ask me, why are you called VP of People and Culture? Because it's not norm in Malaysia. But I said that I inherit this from Australia because this was what my boss was called, so this is what I'm called. But I love it because I do represent the people, and I'm proud of being in a culture whereby diversity is number one, and behavior is also priority. And a bit about myself. I could be a person who's in charge of people and culture, but I'm actually an accounting and finance grad. Okay, so talking about accounting and finance grad, whenever you have activities, cost will always be number one. So when that happens, I do actually keep a low cost in a lot of my activities. That's why, for example, we have 68 CSR programs last year. Aside to the advertisement, we only spent, I think, roughly about close to AUD 100,000 for all the 68 activities last year. Okay, I started with Lynas actually about 11 years ago. I think I joined 3 days before Dato joined Lynas. So even though I'm a bit younger, but I'm actually the eldest in the family of Lynas. Okay? And I didn't actually expect joining Lynas. I will be blessed with a lot of excitement, actually. Because in 2008, there was really a bit of excitement because the people surrounding says they don't know about Lynas and they only know that it's a dangerous plant. It's a nuclear plant. That's all they know. But we had a tough time, but we had an enjoyable time as well. We cried, we laughed, we became sad, and we became happy at the same time. And throughout my 11 years, I think it has actually trained me to become stronger and have the will to fight, especially if you can see, most of our team are actually male-dominated, and expats are Westerners from French, I have from CIS, and of course, Aussies. And of course, the CEO has already represented about 10 of the people. So you can imagine whom I have to manage, even though I actually raised 7 beautiful children. And I also manage a male futsal team, actually. But these are all handful people. But the experience that I've gathered actually trained me to become strong and trained me to have the power and the strength to go against these people. And I do that. So now, when people actually comes to me, I said, bring it on. I'm ready for it. And the team in Malaysia also does the same thing now. Bring it on. We are ready for it. Okay? So we go. I think the slides actually represent a lot of statistics of the people that we have in Malaysia as well as in Manuel. And aside to the shareholders, the Lynas strength actually comes from its people. Okay? When we have skilled, competent, committed, motivated, confident, and trustworthy people, rest assured, Lynas is actually in good hands. And we do have that. Because as you can see in the particular statistics, we have very diverse people, And Paul has shared that even in his slide. He has 11 people in his department from 6 different countries. Okay, and we felt that having a diversity can actually help improve the performance, challenge each other well, bring different experiences, which is very beneficial for the company. And even though we have many challenges, especially in Malaysia, okay, I would say that every day is a new challenge for us. Our retention is still very, very high. People love working for Lynas. As what Amanda always tells people when she does a presentation, way back, Lynas members in Kuantan especially are afraid to wear the uniform outside of the plant. Why? Because we were actually scorned on and people call us a lot of names previously. But I think when it started to change way back in 2013, 2014, even though we still have the challenges, but everybody is proud to wear Lynas uniform outside. Okay, and people do accept us. Why? Because you'll see later. Okay? And, okay, talking about diversity, as I said, diversity actually promotes better performance, promote challenges, and brings in better experiences. Okay, like for example, I would say, when we first started our operations, we only have 6 women in the operation team. Now I'm proud to say we have 68 women in the operations team. Okay, we have most of them in Malaysia, even though culturally, in the east coast of Malaysia, women will not work in a 24/7 environment, heavy manufacturing industry, working alongside the male. Especially, for example, at night, you only have 2 or 3 female in each department working with a number of males. But now, perception has changed. And Lynas actually spearhead that. Because a lot of other manufacturing industries, even though, as Dato was saying, you have Japanese flag, German flag, American flag, and we also have a Chinese flag at the end of the road right now. Because previously, we are the company which is at the end of the road. But now we have another huge industrial park, which is Chinese-owned, some sort. So we are spearheading having a lot of women in our operations, unlike a number of other manufacturing industries. So I'm actually proud of that. Don't you think so? It's really great that we can actually spearhead the change. I think it is. Okay. All right. This particular slide also actually depicts what we have in our company. We have expertise in our company. We have experiences in our company. We don't only have workers, but we have people with a lot of brains in the company. That actually makes the company unique, I think, and that makes the company, that makes a lot of people have confidence in what we are doing. Okay? And I'm really proud to say that our people who have been working with us have proven themselves in terms of their capabilities, and they are really, really hardworking, and they are really committed. Okay. And I think in the previous slide, you have Kairos Suhaimi, one of our plant manager. And when Grant said solvent extraction, you need a patient man, which is not. Kairos Suhaimi actually leads solvent extraction. And I can say, Kairos Suhaimi just joined the Rare Earth in 2008, a few months after we have joined. And he is one of the few solvent extraction experts in the world right now. He knows, I think, in and out what is in solvent extraction. That makes it great because he's a Malaysian and he's our pride. And in the Australian Financial Review the other day, he said, we are strong, we are fighters, and we want to be treated fairly because that is the only message that we have for the government. And that's why we went all the way to the parliament. We didn't walk, we went by bus, of course. We are not that crazy to walk for 200 or 300 kilometers, okay, but that was the message that we delivered to the government. We just want to be treated fairly like any other industries of the sort. Okay? And also, what happens that because our people prove themselves, like what Grant said, a lot of the promotion actually happens internally. We promoted our people. For example, the engineering services manager, he joined us as a supervisor, Amir. And I think a lot of the shareholders have seen him in the previous presentation in the AGM. Okay, he's now one of the main person who actually spearhead a lot of the new design and IPs in the plant. And I'm very, very proud of that. Okay. And our staff actually stayed with Lynas despite all the uncertainties and the challenges because they know that we care for them. Okay, we always put safety as number one, environmental concern also as a priority, and training so that they become confident in what they are handling. Okay, and so far, okay, they know that. And they know that their bosses also know what they are doing. Because sometimes, right, people love to delegate, but without knowing what they are doing. But in Lynas, it's different. From top to bottom, even Amanda, our CEO, she knows exactly what's happening in the plant. Okay, sometimes I know the people in the plant, you know, when it comes to Tuesday, if I'm not mistaken, or Wednesday, is Amanda around? Why? Because we are going to have a the plant meeting. If she's around, we are going to be dead meat because she's going to ask a lot of questions. Okay, if she's not around, we have some breathing space. That's what happened. Because basically from CEO right to the bottom, they know what they are doing. That's why we are so confident that we will excel and we will succeed. Okay, and I think we are going to see a short video, okay, because all talk and no show is quite boring. So you're going to see a video with regards to our people shortly.
Nama saya Syafa.
Waalaikum. I'm Hitri Ravi.
Saya Saiful Amir Hassan, bekerja di Lynas sebagai Security dan ERP Officer. Lynas CEO.
Hai, saya Hana. Saya daripada Engineering Department. Saya memilih untuk bekerja di Lynas ini kerana Lynas telah membuka peluang pekerjaan untuk saya. Sejak 5 tahun yang lepas, Lynas adalah tempat saya mencari rezeki.
Hai, saya Izzat. Saya dari HR Department. Saya tinggal di Balok.
Hi, my name is Shakira Yasmin. I am from Solvent Extraction and I came at Lynas as internship from internship program and now I work as associate engineer. And Lynas is a very good place for young graduates like me to learn and they groom me for me knowing nothing to who I am today. And I know lots of technologies in solvent extraction and I know the process and how they treat me and how they groom me to be a better me.
Hi, I'm Sufiya here. We love and will continue work here because we believe we can make a difference. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Norazan Zulkifli. I'm a senior process engineer. Lynas is a great company supporting renewable energy.
Hi, my name is Muhammad Rizwan. Love working in Lynas because of the friendly environment from the leader right down to the people. Thank you.
I'm Azuki Abdul Rashid, project manager. I'm working at Lynas roughly about 9 years. I believe that Lynas has so much potential to help develop Malaysia, and when that happens, I will be a proud of Malaysian.
Nama saya Nurul bin Ambo. Saya yakin dengan Lynas Malaysia.
Nama saya Nur Akila binti Afrizal. Sebagai teknisian wanita di product finishing, saya bangga menyarung uniform Lynas.
Saya Syazwan. Walaupun Lynas ditentang dengan hebat, tapi saya berjanji akan bekerja keras untuk mencapai kejayaan. Saya sayang Lynas.
My name is Winston. I'm Malaysian. I believe in Lynas. I love my job.
My name is Zaini bin Sabidin. I believe Lynas can be the catalyst for forex industry to prosper in Malaysia, and I want to be part of the future.
My name is Sarvi Falullah bin Qasim. I am the senior process engineer of Lynas. I'm so excited that I work as a process engineer in Lynas Malaysia can help to embrace the world of green technology and also the electric car revolution. I will never miss that opportunity.
I'm Kirsten Smith. I'm a Senior Process Engineer here at Lynas. Here I run the SX5 battery, which is our Lacaze and PRND separation battery. I also spend quite a bit of time training and mentoring with the whole team here about solvent extraction, and it's been really challenging and really fun. I met someone here and got married. I've really enjoyed working with Malaysians. It's a really great work environment.
My name is Bazila. For women, this is a great place to work. We are given empowerment and benefit for those in maternity.
This is Kyril. He's, I think, the biggest guy we have in the plant. So what happened is whenever I go out, I will bring him as my sidekick. Okay, this is actually some of the inside of our team and the spirit that we have. I'm sorry because the quality of the video is not that great because this is an in-house production. My people actually does it themselves, so there's no cost except for his monthly salary. So this is one of the, how do we say, the outcome of being an accounting grad, looking after people and culture. Okay, my main passion, as I indicated, is for people. That's why I do not like crunching numbers, even though I was actually educated in that. And what I can say is that people at work and also people in the community is always very, very close to my heart. And, the feeling that I have is also because we are actually a part of the community. And our people are a part of the community, let it be in Kuantan or in Manuel. So we have to be felt as a part of community, not a person who just, impose ourselves to the community. And I think for the past years, we have managed to do that, and we have successfully done that. Later on, you'll see a video of the community as well. Okay. And my focus in the community are actually divided into 5 categories. We have education, because we believe that to grow the community is by to educate their children. So when their children grows up, they can actually assist their family in terms of bettering their economy and the standard of living. And also sports and health is also very important for me because I'm actually a sports enthusiast, even though at the age of 52 right now. Okay, so environment is another part that is very important that we focus on because we care for the environment. And we want to actually tell people that we do not pollute the environment. And we felt that environment is also, the clean environment is also a priority to us. And infrastructure support, that is also something that we focus on. And also the normal bits and pieces of charity, just a direct contribution and whatnot. And this particular year, what we have also done is we have increased our road shows. That means we have exhibition booth in various parts of Kuantan, whereby we share information about Lynas, and it is very successful. We had managed to turn around quite a number of people who have visited our booth. And the most proud that I can say is just that our people are involved personally in all these activities. We spend our rest days and off days to actually join the activities, and everybody enjoyed every moment of it. Like, for example, for the exhibition road tour, okay, our senior people actually always volunteer to man the booth because they understood the importance of them being present because they can relate to the public better. But one thing I think we have to improve is that we have to understand, like what Grant says, everybody are just layperson. Sometimes we fail because we tend to explain to them in engineering terms, in technical terms. But actually people do not understand. I think that's what creates the perception from the previous time. But now we have learned a lot. So we just tell them in terms of layman explanation, and a lot of them actually do understand, and the perception have changed. But we can't control people's mind. Sometimes I wish when they said that people turn into mutants working in Lynas, I hope we had that power. You know why? Because we can do this and change people's mind if they are very hardcore. But we don't have that power, so we can't do that. Okay? So again, all right, we have quite a number of activities, and this is actually this year's activity. We have lots more activities that we have done and we have planned. But a lot of it are joint venture with various departments so that we can have more traction and we will have more acceptance. Need time to read through? Right? And we have a community video as well.
Ribuan terima kasih kepada pihak Lynas sendiri kerana keprihatinan pihak Lynas terhadap keperluan-keperluan perpustakaan sejak 2017 lagi.
Terima kasih yang Lynas Company yang menjaga yang semua orang tua ini. Yang tahun baru kita ini 2019 yang terima kasih yang Lynas Company.
Terima kasih kepada pihak Lynas kerana mengadakan satu program yang saya rasa program yang sangat besar dijurukannya di Sekolah Balok, program Santai Lynas bersama komuniti, di mana ini merupakan program mengeratkan hubungan.
Lynas ni bagi dampak saya lah, selaku kampung, saya lihatlah perkembangan Lynas tu amat baiklah, terutama sekali ruang pekerjaan pada anak-anak Batang lah dan juga anak-anak di kawasan lain di mana tentang pandangan-pandangan yang mengatakan Lynas ni bahaya, saya rasa kurang tepat lah.
At first, I thought Lynas was very dangerous due to the news, but now I think Lynas is very safe. Lynas is best. Thank you.
Lynas is safe.
Daripada awal lagi sampai sekarang, saya tak terima lagi orang nelayan boleh kata sakit, matikan ini. Tak ada. Ingat ya?
And to us, especially to me, it's very important to actually get the engagement of the community because they are actually our support, our backbone. Because in a lot of instances, like for example, the EIA, they actually turn up in flock to sign up to say that Lynas is safe, Lynas should stay in Kuantan, regardless what. Because they understand the benefit it brings to them, not only in terms of the current situation, but also for the future, and in terms of employment and also other benefits. So that is the most important. Okay. We talk a lot about Malaysia is because Malaysia has the larger population. And of course, I spend a lot of my time in Malaysia, and I am proud Malaysian to be in Lynas. But not to forget, the backbone of Lynas Malaysia, the LAM, is actually the people in Mount Well. Without the operations in Mount Well, LAM will not exist. Okay? Even though the concentration, as I said, is a lot of Malaysia, because a lot of focus is happening in Malaysia, because we are the, how do we say, the most happening place right now in terms of the Lynas company or organization. Okay, but a lot of things are also happening in Mount Well. A lot of spirits are really up in Mount Well, and especially when we have a general manager like Tony. Tony is also another big guy like Khairul Suhaimi, And he grew up also in Leverton, okay, which is where Mountwell is the nearest town to Mountwell. And Tony, the same like me, his passion for the people and his passion to actually be present in the community is really, really apparent and very great. Okay. And I think we have a final video because I think video can say more words than a person can actually present. And I hope it doesn't bore you. This is a nice one.
And I'm a mine geologist here at the mine at Mountwell. So probably one of the things that I enjoy most about my role is that it's a very unique deposit that we work in. It's nowhere else like it in the world. Which provides some good challenges, but at the same time, every day is interesting and unique. So it's one of the main reasons I enjoy it.
Are the challenges, particularly the metallurgical challenges. There's heaps of it here, and I'm learning so much. And the other thing is, the people here are very friendly, and that really motivates me to show up to work every day.
Shane Woods, and I'm a process technician and I manage the logistics here at Mill. The diversity, and also probably the main thing that I enjoy is having management support my decisions in the logistics side. I think it's very important. I think it's great.
I really enjoy the enthusiasm that's here and the challenging environment.
That's the end of the video presentation. Okay, what I can say is that I will continue to be committed and continue to lead our team to engage with the larger community because I felt that it's important for Lynas to excel and grow, both in Malaysia and also in Mountwell. Like our team, our community, as I said, believe that we are bringing a lot of benefits to the people of Malaysia. And you might say, or you might ask, okay, you have seen still a lot of opposition that's actually in the media and whatnot, but even though you have seen it like practically every other day, it's just a handful of them. And as I said, they are hardcore. There's no way I can do that unless I can get some mutant powers to change their mind. Aside to that, however you try to engage with them, you ask them to visit the plant. A few of them did. And they said, oh, okay, now I realize what's happening. But the minute they went out of the plant, they are back to their normal self, which is still having that kind of thinking. Despite all the scientific proof that has been provided, despite all the scientific arguments that have been presented, you can never change their mind. As a Muslim, all I can do is just pray to the Almighty God. Okay, one day, hopefully they will actually accept Lynas and change their mind about us. Finally, on behalf of our managers in Lynas, we are committed to do what we do best. That means lead our people to success. That is our promise. Okay, and for our team, we have all the qualification, we have the deep experience, and most importantly, we are committed, we are motivated, and we have the drive to excel and to win. Okay, that's why we have that. Our culture is actually the will to win. Okay, like all our team members that have seen in the video, I will also continue to be Lynas until my dream is actually become a reality. What is my dream? To make Malaysia become the next hub of rare earth in the world. And it's not a reality yet. So I hope I don't have to be 70 to actually achieve that dream. Okay? And I also would like to take this opportunity to thank our great shareholders, because a number of our shareholders have been supporting us in the social media. And also they have, sent me notes, okay, to show their support. And it's really, really very appreciated. With that, I close my presentation. If there is any questions, okay, I will try my best to answer. Or you pity me so you don't have questions. Okay, thank you very much.
Good early afternoon to everybody. I think many of you have met before, and for the ones who have not yet had a chance to talk to more in detail, my name is Gauden Stutzenegger, I'm the CFO. Thank you for joining us today for this important event, and we heard from Paul about the fantastic market opportunities. We heard from Cam and his team about the special resource we have available, about the great ideas on how to improve the processing of this material, and particularly also on how to grow our volume significantly going forward. Mashal talked about the politics in Malaysia. Mimi covered the strength of our people, and also talked about our positive engagement with the community. So what is my takeaway? And here, I think we go to the first chart, and you will notice that we have seen this chart before. There was a chart which Cam presented in his, I think also the first chart you showed in your presentation. And I think key point here, Lynas 2025. What is it? For me, I have two main takeaways here. Point one, it is a plan which shows how we future-proof our business. Point two is a plan which shows how we can harvest the market growth to come. And here I think important, what we want to do is to ride the wave and not swim after the wave. I think that's probably something Australians and New Zealanders will understand best. If we start with the top line, I think here we had, it took us about 3 years to be able really to grow our volume from 150 tons a month to the level of 450 tons a month. Then we embarked on the Lynas Next endeavor, increasing another 33%. And now we are at the beginning of our next step, Lynas 2025, over the next 3 years plus to increase our volume by about 50%. Growing the top line, obviously volume, but not only volume. We also focus very much on being able to increase our margins. How do we do that? One element is definitely to, with the market growth, to be able to place more of our sales outside of China, which is driving better margins. And we talked before about a lot of opportunities to go into higher margin businesses. And new products or other products, I mean, we heard about scandium, another opportunity we have. On the cost side, I think after listening to Cam and his team, I'm very confident we will be able to deliver a strong cost performance over the next couple of years. And the key point here, definitely the optimization opportunities we have, looking at changing, optimizing the flow sheet. Recoveries are another great opportunities, and being it in, be it in WA, be it in Malaysia. And another huge value I think we will go after is the residues or the value in the residue deposits. And I think we also heard that the REO content in the Mount Wealth deposit is 7%. That's higher than many of the junior companies who are asking for money at this point in time to get their operations going. And what I see here is definitely the opportunity to unlock this treasure chest. Will we be able to do it this year? Probably not. Will it happen next year? Maybe. But I'm very sure we'll be able to do it in the time frame we set for the Project Lynas 2025. We set, or to make this happen, we set an envelope of 500 million Australian dollars. And I think here is quite important to really look what this all covers. So a key element, obviously, is the upstream processing, including establishing a cracking and leaching activity in WA. It also means kind of strengthening our downstream processing in Malaysia and also the US, as announced yesterday with the Blue Line joint venture, MEU. And we have touched on other opportunities in expanding further into the downstream activities. And I think this team has shown to be an excellent steward of capital. Lynas Next, I think, is the best example. I think it took just a little bit of money, quite frankly, 35 million, and turned it into gold. We turned it into rare earth. But I think we did it in record time, and I think Grant indicated we did it within budget, or at the budget. We did it below budget. Okay, so now many of you will ask, how are we going to fund this? And there to start, I think we are starting with a pretty solid cash balance. We had a good operating cash generation over the last couple of quarters, and this despite pricing being not extremely favorable at the moment, but even going back a little bit further, even with extremely low pricing around $30 for 1 kg NdPr, we still made it through. So a very solid foundation we can bring to the game here. But I think the next step here, well, I think an interesting point. When I joined in 2014, this company was very heavy on debt. So it was a very debt-heavy balance sheet, and somehow it feels much lighter than it used to. I think it's extremely positive to see that at the moment we stand at 162 million of debt, US dollar in debt, of which 50 million are related to convertible bonds, which I'm very positive that will be converted very soon, as it's heavily in the money. So what we are left is $147 million in outstanding JARE facility. And here we reached out very recently to JARE as the debt matures in mid-2020. And I think very, very positively, JARE has extended its support, and we are in active negotiation to extend this loan to 2025 or even beyond. And with this, I'm very, very confident we are in a position to be able to self-fund this envelope of $500 million. On the shareholder value, obviously, key point here, besides prices, and as we look a little bit back in history, is the ability to grow the volume, and this is exactly what Lynas 2025 is providing. And given the expected market development, the return on investment of these initiatives will exceed the cost of capital, and this will again drive the shareholder value of our company. Okay, thank you. That's my short summary. I'm open to questions.
Thank you. Thank you. Just a quick question on the plans to restructure the business. Can you talk holistically at all about operating costs? So in simple terms, it would seem that you're not going to ship as much waste to Malaysia, which obviously has a cost. The waste is going to remain in Australia. But it might also be more expensive with consumables and labour costs within the country of Australia. So just wondering if you can say anything about operating costs to run the new Lynas versus today's benchmarks.
Well, I will not tell you figures, but as we have heard from Grant, I think we are working very hard on some breakthrough ideas on how to process easier, better, and take full advantage, obviously, of the location. And also, I think Alex mentioned it on the logistic cost. That's obviously a very big part of our business, and particularly it's not really the sea freight we really where we really see the high cost. It's really the land freight of shipping all this concentrate from Mount Wealth to the coast. And with both locations we have identified, we would cut that cost significantly. And also what I think Grant indicated that we will obviously design it in a more optimal way. So we'll put in all the learnings we got over the last 5 years, and we will definitely operate less equipment, and we will operate with significantly less manpower than we have to run it in Malaysia. So I'm pretty optimistic. Again, I will not give you any specifics, but I don't think that necessarily needs to be a negative. On the opposite, I think we have quite some opportunities going forward. There are a lot of ideas. I think we were a little bit constrained in time, but otherwise I'm pretty sure that Grant and Alex and Cam would have gone on and on and on and on their ideas and plans on what still can be done.
Gadens, thanks very much. Just a couple of questions. Are you able to share with us what your WACC is currently you're working on? And the second question, and just in terms of your capital management for the future, really appreciate the strategy on growing shareholder value, and that's, as a shareholder, absolutely critical. I just would like to ask the question, and you don't have to answer it, is there any consideration of a dividend at some stage further down the track?
I didn't get the last point you're saying. Yeah, no, I got that one. The second piece of it. Dividend. It's definitely something we are looking at. Let's see how we progress. On the WACC, well, obviously we have our internal calculations on this one. However, let me rather give you some external one. I talked to a couple of banks, etc. Asked them what they think, in which range is it, and I think all of them are coming back in the range of about 10 to 12% on that one. However, obviously with this great support we get from JARE, it's probably to be expected that will be lower than that. We are using a range of values.
Hi, Gaudens. Dylan here again. So you're pretty confident about self-funding this yourself and using your existing debt facility. It's difficult to determine how easily you can achieve this without knowing your capex profile, the ramp up in production from here, or even your price assumptions. So could you possibly give us an indication of any means on those sort of categories in terms of how we're looking?
Well, I think it's an interesting question from a gardener. But I think it's probably best you look at the various analysts which came out with their forecast into the future, and that's probably the best gauge you can take.
Thanks, mate.
Gaudens, with the capital estimate, I mean, I know it's very early days, but how confident are you with that, and is there a contingency and a working capital facility included within that?
How confident?
And don't ask me to look at analyst forecasts, please.
Yeah, okay, it's always good to have a second opinion from the analysts on this. I think we are pretty confident. I think we have done quite some groundwork. We are refining. We still have quite some ideas we need to work in. But at this point in time, I don't think we are there yet exactly. But we do see the way to get there. So I would say I'm confident on the on this capital we set. The capital envelope we set, I think it makes a lot of sense where it stands at this point in time. And on the working capital, I think that's also something which, if I say we are confident of being able to self-fund, that's always an element which is included in that one, and that's beyond the above the 500 capex.
And what sort of contingency would you be including?
Well, I think in the as our experts on the capex, they have their, based on the risk which is still in there, and the more certain we are on what we can do, the better we can assess the contingency. But it's really standard contingency levels you would expect for the size of such a project. So there is contingency in its standard.
Thanks, Gaudens.
Can I just add to it? So when we talk about this capital number, I think everyone needs to understand that our approach to this is how do we do it for the target that we set, not how can we spend whatever it costs for us to get there. Right? And we have a demonstrated track record on approaching it with that question rather than the other one, which is just how much is it going to cost us? Our approach is how do we do it for this number? So we know we can afford the 500 mil. We actually know 100% that we can execute this plan on current processing concepts. What we want to do is to execute it on better processing concepts, and that will give us further efficiencies both in our capital and our operating cost profiles. So One of the things I think which has marked us over the last 5 years is that we don't come to market until we have our T's crossed and our I's dotted. And there have been a number of things that have caused us to think that it's probably a good thing to have this conversation with you now when we're at a slightly earlier stage than we might have been previously. But we would not be having this conversation with you now if we had not got ourselves past the benchmark, which actually says we are confident of our ability to deliver.
Okay, are there further questions? Or getting hungry already? But first, most important one, I will pass on to our chairman, Mike.
Thank you. Well, I'm really pleased you asked Grandens the dividend question and the capital question because I'd have had to duck it. So on behalf of the board, because you should hear from the board today, that I'd like to thank you for attending, but also I'd like to thank Amanda's team for doing the job they've done today. It's super, wasn't it? When I joined Lynas about 5 years ago, and I'm not going to say much about the past, the market cap, and he showed it up there, was about 200 million. Today we've just looked at, it's about 1.4 billion. But Grandens, I don't know why I didn't put that spike in the middle when it just got under 2 billion, when Amanda and I were so excited, and the share price was $2.90. So these guys have done a tremendous job in the last 5 or 6 years. But following presentations like this, if I go around the analysts now, and really it's a question you should ask me, and I asked Amanda, there's 3 things to me. Does the board fully support the growth plans and strategy? An important one, how will the plans be funded? And is it realistic? Is it not just blue sky standing up there to tell a good story? So I'd just like to answer those from the board's perspective, please. The board are fully supportive of the growth strategy. And the reason I'm here today and Philippe is here today, because we've both got many, many years, sadly, of project development, building projects, developing projects, operating them safely and efficiently. We've done some right, we've done some wrong, haven't we? But we've been through the plans so far. We're very supportive. And as Cam and his team go forward and finalise the details, we'll be spending more time with him. Can we fund it? Yes. I think Grandens has just said that we're going to fund it from free cash flow, assuming realistic prices as well, commodity prices. Grandens has just mentioned that JARE, our Japanese friends, are in the process of restructuring the debt, pushing it out to 2025. And Kaneki-san was somewhere, I don't know whether he still is, from JARE over there. Thank you very much for all the help. So the final question from me is all about credibility. And when I first joined Lynas, as an oil and gas ex-person, if you want, when I saw we had a 25-year mine life with all that capacity, the resources there, it's found, you don't have to go and explore. It was my dream. I've had 40 years of wasting money on exploring, going to find some more. It's never there. The explorers are great in taking you somewhere. So that gives all the credibility from the resource that we've got a future. The boys told you that the production capacity has gone from 440 tonnes per month to 600. The project went extremely well, under budget, and that's the first time I've heard today from Grant, wherever he is. He did it for 8% under budget. He never told me that. And it was very capital efficient. We've had many areas in Mount Weld and Kuantan that we've optimised over the years, and we're going to put that experience into the new plant we're going to design. So the board are very supportive of the plans. I think we've got the skills, we've got the competencies, we've got good assets, and we've got the financial strength to do them. So I'd like to thank the team for presenting that today. And now we've had the dividend question done and the capital cost question done. Can we have any more questions, please? But not those. No questions? Oh, over there. Yeah. Go on.
Go on.
Give him the microphone.
I thought I was the boss.
Sorry, me again.
Yes, Mr. Gardner.
Yeah, Gardner. So you mentioned for the first time I've seen in a presentation returns exceeding your cost of capital. What's your hurdle rate that you've got internally? Can you discuss that, how you've come to that? What would that look
No,
like?
we can't give you the internal cost of capital rates. You might like them. No. And you knew the answer before you asked it. You should go back to gardening now, I think. There was another hand. So.
I've just got a question. Last December in 2018, the plant closed down for 4 weeks because it exceeded the quota of production, and you're planning on greatly increasing it further. How are you going to do this with the current licence?
So the first thing is just with respect to how do we not repeat last year. So a key part of this, I think I explained at the time, we have 2 licences. The AELB licence licenses the amount of material that we can import, and it is higher than the DOE licence, which is the amount of material that we can process. As part of agreeing a plan for dealing with our NUF, we did an updated EIA. I hate saying whole sentences and TLAs, 3-letter acronyms, but nonetheless, for managing our NUF, we did an updated environment impact assessment. And so that actually deals with the increase in processing what is the consequences on the environment. We are at a stage of days away from, sort of approval of that process, and we would expect that then subsequent to that we will go back and deal with...
We'll get elected this week.
Okay. Some days would be better than what Michelle just said, but nonetheless. So after that, we will go back and we will readdress the licensing level for processing in the material. However, in the longer term, the more exciting thing, which Grant may want to speak to, is his plans for what to do in Essex in particular, which will see the production of the NUF residue significantly reduced. Did you want to talk about that?
I'm not sure whether I can talk about that without giving away too much of the flow sheet.
Okay, so Grant doesn't want to talk about that. I'm having a really tough time here, hey. We talked about this more generally, flow sheet improvements. One of the really critical things in any sustainable business is that you look to reduce, reuse and recycle. So for us, one of the parts of looking at our flow sheet development as we continue to grow is how can we modify our flow sheet so that we reduce the residues that we are producing and then recycle, reuse and recycle. And so that is a key part as we talk about the further investment in Malaysian operations. A key part of that is, are there ways that we can improve our flow sheet that will see us produce less residue? And when you talk about the licence for processing, it is related to the production of the residues, the effect on the environment, and so therefore anything that we do that reduces that is going to give us a good outcome.
Mimi, I have a question for you in relation to Mount Weld. I'm just wondering if you've got, I notice your education and employment program that you've got in Malaysia. Do you have a similar one for program for the Indigenous population of the Laverton area?
Okay, I think what's happening in Mount Well is they do have like Curtin University's people who comes in, but in terms of the acceptance level, you know, it's difficult to actually get these people to be, the kids to be really engaged because of the nature of the background of the society. But our Mount Well people, especially under Mari, is really, really, how do you say, very engaged with the society, trying to get that. Because a lot of the activities aside to sports, I think, is not really that, you know, engaged with regards to the kids. But the parents are very engaged, and when we have the swim stars, all the kids are really excited about that.
Alex will add. I can just add to that a little bit.
Oh, you have.
We've got two full-time, we've got an employment program, a local employment program, and over the last 12 months we've had two full-time employees from the Laverton community join our team, and one of them's in my team, in the laboratory tech services team, and they are just doing phenomenally well. They're engaged, they're highly valued members of the team, and we're looking to continue that program.
Amanda, are there still trials or formal experiments with the latest version of Condisoil still going on, or have they been completed? The user trials and growth trials?
Okay. All the experiment on Condisoil has been completed. So that's it. We are ready for the moment they said approve, the customers are ready to use, and it's ready for commercialization.
So where the review committee said that there really should be more trials or more proof, that's been done, has it?
No, the review committee did not spend much time to listen to our research. But anyhow, we presented the Condisoil research, as I mentioned, to the 6 Director Generals. All these are the people who signed off, not the review committee. And all of them ran through the data with regard to the yield, the heavy metal, blah, 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 blah. And they wrote there, we have no objection for Condisoil to be used for agriculture.
Thank you.
Two questions, if I may. Scandium, can you remind us the size of the Scandium market? I think it's around about what you currently have in concentrate. I think it's around about 20 tonne a year at the moment, isn't it?
I think the last published figure I've seen is slightly less than that, but it is actually it's not a well sort of publicated figure, but it is low.
And shipping the leached material, given, I presume it, I don't know, does it end up finer or coarser than concentrate, and is that something that needs to be addressed when you're shipping the leached material out of Western Australia to Malaysia?
Depends on how far down the line we go. So if we end up doing upstream SX in Australia, then we'll concentrate it as a liquid and export it like that. If we only go to cracking and leaching, then we'll precipitate it as a carbonate and then redissolve it in Malaysia. So that hasn't yet been decided.
Okay, are there any more?
Just a quick question on the financing again. It looks like we've got a conclusion, or the board's made a conclusion about internal funding plus debt funding. Can we just get further discussion about how you came to that decision and the role of maybe JVs or even equity, you know, in terms of risk on the capital structure? Just talk through that decision if it has been made. Thank you.
Grandens.
Gaudenz will no doubt be able to put a more of finance professionals spin on this. But my spin on this is pretty simple, which is if you can use your own money, then it's better than paying somebody else for the pleasure of using theirs. And so we have an exceptional partner to our business who has funded our business for many years, who is prepared to extend that support. And in the construct of that extended support, it will allow us to be able to use our own money to do what we need to do over the Lynas 2025 plan. So I'm a simple manager. I'm not a financial whiz. However, the arithmetic tells me that if we can use our own money, that we're going to get a better outcome than if we're going to pay somebody else to use
I think I'd just like to add to that. A few weeks ago now, there were questions about can we finance it, and we've got a debt to JARE, and we've resolved those two issues. We can use our own money, and JARE are pushing the debt out to 2025 and beyond. I really said it like that because there were questions asked and fingers pointed at us a month or two ago.
What we're really saying today is that we are able to self-fund. In the end, it will obviously be the call of the board, how it will be, how we think shareholder value is served best.
And there was one somewhere. Oh, there, yeah. Two, sorry. Can we make those the last two, please? All right, then.
Just because you're hungry.
Go on, then.
Okay, so when you shift cracking and leaching to WA, what's the plan for the residue then? There's been, a big hoo-ha in Malaysia about the residue, so, is there going to be a problem in WA?
No, there won't be any problems in WA. We will just keep it at probably if it's on Mount Weld, it'll definitely be at Mount Weld. If it's on a Kalgoorlie side, we would either look for a local site or take it back to Mount Weld. So there's probably a couple of options there.
So the Condi soil, you've actually got customers, putting aside the regulatory sign-offs and all the rest of it, you actually got customers who have evaluated the material, looked at it and said, as soon as it's ready, we want to use it.
Okay. Our target customers are government agencies because in Malaysia, government agencies are the only organization that have huge tracts of, say, paddy or knuff or palm oil. So when we did our research on Condi soil, the first one was we did, say, on a 5-acre plot. We call it a pilot plot with the universities. But after 3 harvests, when the results was good, then we go to the potential customers, the agencies. Example, Knuff, the Knuff board. We said, okay, let us sit down together, and they gave us 50 acres of land. 50 acres of land. Now, if you say yours is good, now let's do a joint experiment to see whether you will get the yield that you promised. And that we have done. And we repeated this similarly with a paddy government agency. Previously, we do over a 5-acre, then they gave us 30 acres. So because they gave 30 acres over 3 harvests just to confirm that on a commercial basis, yes, Condi soil works. So that's the answer.
So how, putting aside the regulatory sign-off then, that happens, the people are happy to buy it and use it. How fast can you sell it?
So Grant has a role to play in that. So I'll let him speak to it, but I'll just frame it by saying that We will require some processing of the material. So it is a residue that comes from our operations at present. If we wish to sell a product, then there are elements related to quality control and otherwise, and ensuring that we meet a specification. So the specifications related to this material include things like moisture content, they include things like particle size, and they will include elements related to the way it's packaged for usability. So we will need to make investments in processing equipment to be able to meet this market. But as I said earlier, you know, whether we're investing in processing equipment or whether we're building a PDF, there's a cost associated with both sides. It's a bit of a wash, but, you know, philosophically, we would rather reuse the material than stick it into a PDF.
Just to sort of roughly frame it, if you did go down option one, which is the soil, and you had to put some money in place to fulfil all of those requirements, are we talking 10 years to remove the stockpile, or 20 or 5? Just roughly.
If it is a commercialised material, it's less than 5, absolutely.
Okay. More questions? She just told me off, you see, so we've got to have more questions now, or I'll get told off again later. No? Oh, yes. Look, see?
Would there be any way to decommission maybe one of the kilns in Malaysia to send it back to Oz to save money, or would that be?
We wouldn't look at that as an option. Yeah, it's just not big enough scale to do what we need to do. So to make this work in Australia, we need a lot less labour, and we need to reduce our fixed costs as much as possible. So, yeah.
I think we should mention that the cost of a kiln is not that much, actually. You'd be surprised how little actually a kiln costs, and then when you see these plants being built for a lot of money, you sort of wonder, how does that turn into hundreds and hundreds and millions?
We'll keep going.
Just to hammer a point home, on the Condisoil and the potential for reuse, has everything been completed on the Lynas side for a decision to be made by the authorities? Is there anything outstanding waiting to be done, or do the authorities have everything they need to make a decision on that?
Yes, sir. Everything is done. Everything is completed. Once we cross this political impasse, is that the correct English word? My English is no good. Right? Once we cross this political impasse, then it's off.
Thanks.
Just wondering if there's any residual materials that come out of the making Condisoil. Will we have to worry about and dispose of that kind of waste as well?
No. In Lynas, to make a Condisoil, Lynas has WLP and NUF. Yeah. Okay? So the Condisoil is formulated such that all the WLP and NUF will be totally consumed, because one WLP to 2 NUF and then plus 7 filler materials. It is formulated that all the residues will be consumed, and when we look at the market, the current market, the consumption, they will all consume, because we look at knuff, we look at palm oil, we look at paddy and corn. All these will be consumed.
Thanks.
Thanks. I've just got a question for Alex, and it relates back to a slide that you put up with the, I think it was pegmatite, was it? The feed stock that you put in with the big hunk of rare earths sitting in it?
Carbonatite, yes.
Carbonatite, sorry. And on the side you had the residue from that was you called dolomite.
Yes.
What concentration is the dolomite, and what percentage of, if it is a reasonable concentration, what percentage of your wastes are dolomite? The reason I'm asking, and where I come from, that's a very valuable fertiliser as well in its own right.
Yes.
I'm sure you're aware of that.
Yes, no, you're right. The early mineralogical analysis we've done on the fresh carbonatite, I think it was at least 75% of the mineralisation is actually dolomite, and then there's some apatite, which is sort of calcium phosphates and a few other minor elements, but overwhelmingly it's dolomite as the main gang or waste mineral, compared to our current ore that we're treating is primarily hydrated iron oxides. It switches from iron oxides to primarily dolomite, calcium magnesium carbonate.
I just thought the chairman might be interested to know the share price has just touched $2.29, up 16%. Is
it really? I better lock them in the room again, hadn't I, eh? You're going the right way anyway.
So are you saying that if we don't go to work...
the lady...
Sorry,
I think,
back to the...
Where's that one gone?
Sorry, back to the residue, right? So, post-relocation of cracking and leaching, you generate WLP in WA, that's fine, stick it in a residue site somewhere at Mount Weld. You'll still be generating NUF in Kuantan. It'll be a lower amount because you'll have rejigged the solvent extraction circuits, so you'll be generating less of it, but you'll still be generating it. And so you have to have a plan now for what happens to that, and does the government then choose option 1, option 2 again?
We have an approved plan for the management of the NUF.
So it's already sorted. Yeah.
And just one other thing to point out there too. So the NUF is 85% sourced from Malaysia, 11% sourced from China, and 4% sourced from Australia. So the origin of the NUF is actually Malaysia.
The lady at the back there, next to Andrew.
What are the remaining key steps in the decisioning process between Mount Weld and Kalgoorlie for the new cracking and leaching plant?
What's the remaining steps to make a decision?
We're going to... We will be conducting some detailed sort of site assessments, and then we'll basically go through and actually look at it in much more detail than what we do in our preliminary assessment there.
What about the regulatory approval process?
I think that they're going to be similar. I think if we're actually in Kalgoorlie, it'll be in an industrial estate. If we're on our mine site, maybe the mine site might be a little bit easier, but I think they will be similar in terms of order of magnitudes. I don't see that it's a major sort of issue from any of the discussions we actually have.
So, Premjit, if you have a look at, and you can see this publicly, if you have a look at the various projects that have been approved in WA, say over the last 5 years, which we have done, well, I use we in the broadest sense of the word, and you actually have a look at them, you look at the complexity, you look at whether they're greenfields or whether they're brownfields. Essentially what we're saying is that approvals take somewhere between about 11 months and about 22 months, something like that, right? Depending upon the complexity. So that just sort of gives you, that's based upon other already approved projects.
Okay. Any more for any more? Your lunch has just gone that way. Don't know why it went that way, but it did. If not, thank you. Thank you for coming today, and just as importantly, thank you, Amanda, and your team for the presentations and the work that you've put in today. Thank you very much, and thank you for attending.